Yep. Call a Community Transportation and Infrastructure order pursuant to Committee Rule 6F, House Rule 1211 2H4. The chair may postpone further proceedings at any question approving any measure or manner adopting an amendment in which recorded by the yeas and nays are ordered, and without objection, the chair is authorized to declare recess at any time. As a reminder, don't make any noise, mute yourselves if you're here virtually. To insert a document, please send it to documents@TNI, mail.house.gov, and finally, all bill amendment text has been distributed electronically in accordance with the rules. Today, the committee is considering H.R. 7776, the Water Resources Development Act of 2022. Without objection, the Subcommittee on Water Resources and Environment is charged for further consideration of H.R. 776, and I call up the bill for consideration. Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill is considered read and open for amendment and point. I have an amendment in the nature of substitute. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of the substitute to H.R. 7776, offered by Mr. DeFazio.
Without objection, the amendment in the nature of substitute shall be considered as read and shall be considered base text for the purposes of amendment. Now recognize myself for a statement. Earlier this week, I was joined by Ranking Member Graves, Subcommittee Chairwoman Napolitano, Subcommittee Ranking Member Rouser, in introducing H.R. 7776, Water Resource Development Act of 2022. This bill, when successfully enacted, after we overcome the extraordinary obstacle of the United States Senate, will mark the 5th consecutive bipartisan biennial Water Resources Development Act passed since Chairman Bill Schuster reinvigorated the process in 2014. We want to continue that. This is critical, and WRDA is now regular order of this committee and has been passed in a bipartisan manner. This will be the 12th Water Resources Bill enacted since I came to Congress, joined the committee in '87. For much of that time, I spent a lot of time trying to unlock the Harbor Maintenance Trust Fund. Started with Chairman Bud Schuster in 1996, and in WRDA 2020, we were finally successful. And it couldn't happen at a better time, as the pandemic showed the inadequacy of our ports and the backup and problems during the pandemic and post-pandemic. This bill was developed in a bipartisan manner with input and ideas from both sides. Projects and policy provisions included reflect not only from members of the committee, but from the entire House of Representatives. We had a request for projects to all members of the House. WRDA 2022 authorizes the construction of 16 projects studied and approved by the Chief of Engineers. Since WRDA 2020 was signed into law, it authorizes 72 new Corps of Engineer feasibility studies, directs the Corps to expedite the completion of 15 ongoing studies, all of which were submitted to the Corps by local sponsors willing to share in these project studies. WRDA 2022 authorizes critical navigation projects and studies at places like Coos Bay, Oregon, Long Beach, California, Houston, Texas, Norfolk, Virginia. It'll meet the needs of our ports, ensure we head off future supply chain challenges before they develop. Additionally, the bill authorizes the Corps to undertake a study, make recommendations on the nation's dredging capacity, so we can ensure the Corps is able to take full advantage of investments unlocked by WRDA. Years ago, we had more federal dredges due to political influence. Many were retired, some were mothballed, and at the time, a study was done and showed the only people that came out ahead when we do away with federal dredges are the private dredgers. Navigation, taxpayers, everything else suffers. So it's time to study this issue and see how we're going to meet the future needs. Making WRDA work is essential to communities throughout the country. Since 80% of traded goods Americans rely on to move through our nation's ports, harbors, inland waterways, our economy, our safety, our environment, better from the passage of WRDA 2020 with overburdened ports, threats from climate change, and the need to support our communities. Time to act is now. I'm proud of our work on this bill, and I urge my colleagues to join me in support of this important legislation. And I now recognize the ranking member, Mr. Graves.
Thank you, Chairman DeFazio, and I want to note my appreciation to you and Chairman Napolitano Ranking Member Rouser, for all of your hard work on developing this bill today. Last Congress, 2 years ago now, this committee passed a comprehensive Bipartisan Water Resources Act, or WRDA, into law. And today I'm happy to say that we're continuing to build on that bipartisan work with today's bill, WRDA 2012. The United States relies on effective and reliable water infrastructure to keep our economy and supply chain moving, using ports and inland waterways across America to move the products our country develops to those that need it. With our current supply chain crisis, supporting water infrastructure is even more critical than ever. Our water infrastructure also plays a vital role in flood protection. This is something that my district in Missouri relies on, as we are bordered by two of the longest rivers in the country, the Missouri River and the Mississippi River. These rivers are critical resources for American farmers who utilize the rivers for irrigation and transportation of agriculture goods. Mismanagement of these rivers not only damages navigation channels that are essential to our economy, it also threatens the people and the property that live along the rivers. As my district and many others have experienced severe flooding in the recent years. For example, several counties in my district are still recovering from the effects of the devastating floods that occurred just 3 years ago. My constituents are still working to rebuild and recover their homes, their farms, businesses, and their livelihoods. This is why it is critical to prioritize investment on our rivers, navigation, and flood control infrastructure, making sure that the Corps does not lose focus on those two primary responsibilities is a continuing priority for me. This year's WRDA bill will do just that, and it includes support for Missouri flood control projects, provides assistance for meeting levee inspection requirements. It examines ways to get erosion under control on our rivers and ensures that the Corps will prioritize flood control and navigation for the benefit of all Missourians. Again, I want to thank you, Chairman DeFazio, for working with us on this bipartisan bill, and I would urge support and yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the gentleman. Now recognize Subcommittee Chair Napolitano for a statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to everybody. I am very pleased to join Chairman DeFazio and to personally thank him for the great work and tremendous work as chair of the committee. And also thank Ranking Member Graves, my subcommittee Ranking Member Rouser, in introducing and marking the Water Resources Development Act of 2022. There was a very bipartisan joint effort, I must say. The Water Resources Development Act is our legislative commitment to investing in and protecting our communities from flooding events, restoring our environment and ecosystems, and keeping our nation's competitiveness by supporting our ports and harbors. Through the biennial enactment of WRDA, this committee has addressed local, regional, national needs through the authorization of the new U.S. Army Corps of Engineers projects, studies, and policies that benefit every corner of the nation. I am particularly thankful that we were able to make a commitment in this WRDA to address the needs of tribal and disadvantaged communities. This bill requires the Army Corps of Engineers to improve outreach to these communities by creating liaison programs in each Corps district region across the country. WRDA includes provisions to develop technical assistance programs that provide guidance to tribal communities on water resource projects, identify opportunities and challenges on existing Corps projects, and provide planning assistance for future projects. This bill gives the Corps engineers the training and tools to effectively address issues on tribal lands of ancestral, historic, and cultural significance, including burial grounds. The WRDA also continues that effort that we started 10 years ago to improve the water supply at Corps dams by addressing managed aquifer replenishment so that dams can hold water for recharge for local groundwater basins. This bill addresses buildup and removal of sediment reservoirs to improve operations and capacity in dams. It requires the Corps to take a particular focus on infrastructure in the West, to evaluate opportunities to improve water management supply, and address the impacts of climate change. Section 116 of the bill continues Congress's goal of improving dam safety by assessing status of all the dams maintained by the Corps and determining the needs for rehab, retrofit, or removal. In the section 128 of the bill, a bipartisan legislation ranking member Rouser and I introduced, titled H.R. 7762, the Army Corps of Engineers Military Personnel Augmentation Act. It demands an outdated 1956 law, which is prohibited against current soldiers who have the technical skills to provide engineering support to the civil works mission of the Army Corps. In 1956, there were not many of the NCOs with advanced degrees, so it was presumed that only commissioned officers would be properly trained to handle civil work responsibilities. However, since that time, in the development of the professional Army, there are many NCOs, National Guard officers, and warrant officers with advanced engineering and technical skills, and it no longer makes sense to exclude them from these positions in civil works. This change is supported by the Secretary of the Army, Chief of Engineers, and the National Guard Association of the United States. It also provides for hundreds of local concerns throughout the country, and I am proud that this bill transfers the authorization of 31 debris basins in my region to the Los Angeles County Flood Control District. These debris basins are locally owned and have been successfully operated, maintained by Los Angeles County for decades. Provisions will formalize the current operation of these debris basins. WORDA includes authorization for the development of water, sewer, and ecosystem restoration in the San Gabriel Valley and Greater Los Angeles County, and improve flood protection and boost local water supply at the same time by investing in spreading grounds and dam infrastructure and treatment operations. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to thank the many people who have helped this bill become a reality. Thank you for your leadership in the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, Assistant Secretary Connor, Lieutenant General Spellman, and other incredible staff who worked thousands of missions we received from WORDA 2022. I'm very fortunate to have best water leaders in the country in my district in Southern California who provided valuable input to this bill, including Colonel Julie Bolton, David Van Dorp, Los Angeles District, Lieutenant Supervisors Catherine Barger and Gil Solis, LA County Public Works Director Mark Pastrayan, California State Assembly Speaker Anthony Rendon, Metropolitan Water District Gloria Gray, and the San Gabriel Valley Watermaster Tony Sampiello. I would particularly like to thank the committee ranking member David Rouser for his friendship and collegiality through the hearings that led to this bipartisan accomplishment. It is the fifth WORDA, and we're proud of it. Most importantly, I'd like to thank the incredible subcommittee staff, including Ryan Seeger, Alexa Williams, Logan Ferry, Michael Bauman, Ryan Hamilton, Ayan Whitson, and all the rest of the majority and minority staff. Thank you very much, but also my Chief of Staff, Joshi, who has been invaluable for me. I urge my colleagues to support WORDA 2022, and I yield back. Thank you very much.
I thank the chair and now recognize Subcommittee Ranking Member Rouser for a statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank you, Chair Napolitano and Ranking Member Graves, for all the hard work in developing this important legislation that we are considering today. The Water Resources Development Act of 2022 builds upon the bipartisan tradition started in WORDA 2014 and continued in 2016 and 2018 to support our nation's water infrastructure through the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. This is one of the most important pieces of the legislation that is considered by this committee, and I'm proud that we are continuing this bipartisan tradition of passing a WORDA bill every 2 years. WORDA bills are essential for providing congressional direction to the Corps on how best to prioritize taxpayer resources in support of our nation's water infrastructure. As mentioned earlier, this bill contains 16 CHIEP reports, 72 studies, and 118 new environmental infrastructure authorizations. These and other provisions provide the Corps the authority and direction that supports the water infrastructure our states and constituents rely on. The projects and policies enacted through WORDA ensure the Corps can carry out its missions of navigation, flood and storm damage reduction, ecosystem restoration, and more, all of which support our economy and help our supply chain. This work also ensures our communities receive critical flood protection and water resources. In my home state of North Carolina, for example, we rely on a significant amount of coastal and river waterway infrastructure and resources. This also means severe storms and inland flooding events can have devastating consequences for our communities. So I'm pleased to see this bill directs the Corps in its continual pursuit to better manage our nation's coastal mapping projects, which provide key information to states and local governments so that they can better respond to these significant weather events. This is just one example of how water will provide benefits for our communities. There are many other projects and policies this bill authorizes that will help constituents and stakeholders all across the country. I want to thank again the committee and the great staff on both sides for the bipartisan work in putting this bill together. And I ask all members of the committee to join me in supporting this bill. I yield back my time.
Thank you, gentlemen. Now, Representative Bordeaux wishes to be recognized. You're recognized, Representative Bordeaux.
Thank you, Chairman DeFazio. I am proud to support the Water Resources Development Act of 2022, which continues this committee's tradition of bipartisan cooperation for Army Corps reauthorization. I'm grateful to Chairs DeFazio and Napolitano and Ranking Member Graves and Rouser, as well as the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee staff for working with my office and me to ensure that the needs of Georgia's 7th Congressional District were met. My district is home to Lake Lanier and the Buford Dam, which are critical resources in the Chattahoochee River Basin. The Chattahoochee River supplies 70% of Metro Atlanta's drinking water and is a key source of water for farmers and agriculture throughout the state of Georgia. The river provides great economic benefits to our area as well. The National Park Service reported that in 2019, the visitors to the Chattahoochee River National Recreation Area added more than $200 million to the local economy, supporting over 2,000 local jobs. But according to the Chattahoochee River Keeper, more than 1,000 miles of waterway within the watershed do not meet water quality standards. I'm proud to see a number of my priorities included in this bill. First, this bill would authorize a watershed-based study for the Chattahoochee River Basin in Alabama, Florida, and Georgia. The study will allow the Corps to assess the water resource needs of the Chattahoochee River Basin, including ecosystem protection and restoration, flood risk management, watershed protection, water supply, and drought preparedness. Originally included in my Chattahoochee River Act, which I introduced with Senators Ossoff and Warnock and members of the Georgia House delegation, this study is a critical first step to making sure that water resource protection and restoration projects can be funded. The Chattahoochee River is used by thousands of people across Georgia also for recreation purposes, including kayaking and rafting. Unfortunately, several times a month, local rescue departments are called to rescue people from the river due to the water releases from the Buford Dam and the resulting rising water levels. During a release, the Chattahoochee can rise as much as 11 feet in minutes. While the Army Corps of Engineers usually releases water from Buford Dam during weekday afternoons, in some situations, unscheduled water releases can come on mornings and on weekends. The Corps gives notice, but the announcements vary from a few minutes to a few hours before the release. Currently, people can call a hotline, listen to the radio, or check the release schedule online. This year's WRDA includes my Lake Lanier and Upper Chattahoochee River Safety Act, which would direct the Army Corps of Engineers to carry out a review of potential threats to human life and safety from the use of designated recreational areas at the Buford Dam and Lake Lanier. Based on the findings of this review, the bill would authorize the Corps to install technologies and measures that are necessary to alert the public
House is
of
going to be into
hazardous water
midnight. I think the
conditions,
committee will be in past midnight.
otherwise minimize or eliminate identified threats to human life and safety. This review is a necessary step to ensuring that people of Georgia's 7th District can safely use the river. Finally, I'm proud to see Lake Lanier included as a focus in the previously authorized harmful algal bloom demonstration program. This committee has heard time and time again about the disastrous impact HABs can have on water ecosystems. The inclusion of Lake Lanier in this demonstration program will allow the Corps to work with local stakeholders to research tools for freshwater HAB detection, prevention, and management, which is very critical to protecting the drinking water of millions of people in the metro area. Thank you again to committee leadership for your work in crafting this important legislation. I look forward to working with the members of this committee and our Senate counterparts to send a water resources development bill to the President's desk later this year. The bill before us delivers for my constituents and the people of Georgia, and I urge my colleagues to support this critical legislation. Thank you, and I yield back.
Now recognize Representative Starbuck.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would like to thank everyone who put in good work in coming together on another water resource bill. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers plays an essential role in the safety and security of our nation. They have enabled projects across my district to proceed and successfully facilitated the permitting required for the completion and operation of Enbridge Line 3. More recently, I would like to compliment the Army Corps on their professionalism in conducting the first of its kind 401A2 hearing regarding the Polymet project in my district in northern Minnesota. We have an enormous opportunity to mine critical minerals right here in America in the Duluth complex. By developing these resources, we can cut ties with unethical supply chains that exploit child slave labor. We can source these minerals in northern Minnesota under the best labor and environmental practices in the world. And we can enable the American worker to once again be the cornerstone of our mineral supply chains. Again, I appreciate the Army Corps' science-based approach, and I look forward to their reissuance of the 404 permits. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
I thank gentlemen. Representative Wilson. Okay, Representative Garrett Graves.
Mr. Chairman, first of all, I want to thank you for keeping WRDA on schedule. As you know, this legislation has had a volatile past in that we've skipped several years, had gaps of 7 years or more in getting this legislation enacted. Yet the mission of this legislation is so critical to the United States and, of course, to my home state of Louisiana, which is the largest, the bottom of the largest watershed in the world, the area that has had the greatest loss of coastal wetlands in the continental United States, and represents, at least right now, about 1/3 of all the Corps of Engineer projects that are authorized nationally, although this legislation is getting ready to upend that with the Texas project. In any case, Mr. Chairman, we often talk about things like the economic activity, things like jobs. We talk about families. We talk about crime. We talk about education. I mean, just all of these things are important to us. But one thing that this bill does is this bill really addresses fundamental needs. None of those things matter if everything's underwater. Your entire community is paralyzed or in some cases destroyed, which unfortunately, the area that we represent, 2016, many of you came down and saw the event that was a 1,000-year flood. Hurricane Ida last year, which ultimately is going to be found to be one of the most powerful hurricanes to ever make landfall. My friends in Texas with Hurricane Harvey. We had Irma and Maria in recent years. We've seen devastation all over the United States. And this legislation gives us an opportunity to actually go on offense. This legislation gives us an opportunity to actually go out there and take the proactive actions, the proactive steps that we need to make our communities resilient. Our constituents deserve that. We didn't get everything that we wanted in this legislation, although we're going to keep trying. But I want to thank you for keeping this bill on schedule, ensuring under your tenure that we stay on the 2-year track, because this is such important legislation that addresses the fundamental needs of our constituents. I just want to thank you and Ranking Member Sam Graves for y'all's efforts to work together. I appreciate y'all keeping a Big Four agreement on this and ensuring that there's bipartisan support for the legislation. Got a lot more to discuss on individual projects, and I look forward to doing that during amendment time. But again, I just wanted to thank you all for y'all's efforts so far in addressing some of these fundamental needs for our constituents. Yield back.
Representative Mast.
Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate the time. You know, I'm amazed every year we get to know each other's issues. We could almost give each other speeches as we get into these markups. I know in advance that Sam Graves is going to talk about his two rivers and what's going on with flooding in Missouri. And I know that Garrett Graves is going to talk about coastal wetlands. And, you know, Carolyn Bordeaux and I, we share problems with harmful algal blooms. I want to thank the committee for their work on this. They hear thousands of proposals, and go through hundreds of amendments. I want to thank you, Chairman, Ranking Member Graves, Grace, Napolitano, and Rouser. I want to thank you all for working with my staff on this. I want to thank Dan Webster. He and I, we don't always agree on everything, but we found the ability to work together and come to consensus on various pieces of various amendments going through this word of markup. So I want to thank you, Representative Webster, for working with me on this. We look at this and people know my issue because they hear me talk about it year after year. Harmful algal blooms, what goes on with Lake Okeechobee, toxic discharges coming out of that lake and going into the coastal estuaries. And one of the amendments that we were able to move forward into the underlying bill text was specifically to direct the Corps to come up with a plan of action and study what projects need to be put in place to eliminate all of those harmful discharges to a number of estuaries, mine specifically the St. Lucie estuary and the Lake Worth Lagoon. But there's other estuaries across Florida that are also affected, the Caloosahatchee and the Charlotte Harbor, and we're all affected in ways that are just as bad as if a community is flooded, to have toxic waters go into our backyards where you can't swim, you can't breathe, you have to worry about that water source being a primary drinking water supply source or a secondary drinking water supply source. They affect our lives, they affect the health of our children, they affect the businesses' ability to stay in business or to have people frequent their locations or not. It's something that we all see this year after year after year. And as I said, I want to thank the committee and staff. I want to thank my staff specifically, Libby and Brad, for working on this, putting in many, many hours to work with staff on preparing what needs to go forward. And in that, just to say, I encourage passage of this piece of legislation. It was great to work on it with everybody, and I look forward to going through amendments as well. And I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Representative Gonzalez-Colon. Okay, then Representative Babin. Oh, did I hear Representative Gonzalez?
Yes.
Okay, you're recognized. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just want to say thank you to you and Ranking Member Graves for working in a bipartisan way to bring this bill to markup. I think WARDA has always been a key for infrastructure development projects in all our states and territories. And I'm pleased that this year bill is not going to be the exception to that. The Army Corps of Engineers projects in my district are critical considering our geographic and social reality. And this is the agency that has been a cornerstone in the process of Puerto Rico's recovery, and this legislation enabled it to continue to do so. For example, this bill includes in its base language that the reauthorization of 3 major flood risk management projects on the island that have waited so long that the original authorizations have been withdrawn. The projects at Rio Guanajibo, Rio Nigua, and Rio Grande de Loíza in Gurabo finally received funding for at least initial stages after passage of the Bipartisan Budget Act of 2018, but needed this reauthorization to their development can continue and the funding is protected from loss. Now, through this bill, the projects are not only reauthorized, but also has been selected for expedited attention, and I think this is very important. The text also authorized the feasibility study for the Corps to assume federal responsibility for operation and maintenance of the port of Yabucoa. And this is a facility in the southeast part of the island, important alternative point for importation of fuels into the island, and is a highly vulnerable to hurricane damage, which make its maintenance a critical need. By advancing this legislation containing these provisions, the committee has demonstrated its commitment to furthering the recovery of Puerto Rico. But like I said earlier, there are many other communities with similar needs and projects that will require study and later appropriations, so the work does not stop here. Already the committee staff and my staff have discussed possible report language and various other priority concerns, and an amendment regarding Carño Martín Peña ecosystem restoration project and I will expand on that later. We all know the needs are large across our nation, and there are finite resources, and we are talking about needs in communities in all our districts and in the 50 states and Washington, D.C. and the 6 territories. And we all wish we can authorize and fund every one of them. So setting the priorities is an important consideration. I look forward to working with the committee on moving forward with many other water resource development needs. And I want to say again, thank you to the ranking member, thank you to the chairman. I yield back.
Do any other members wish to be recognized? Hearing none, now I will move on to consideration of amendments to the amendment nature substitute to H.R. 7776. Before doing so, I'd like to note while the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point for the convenience of members and staff on both sides of the aisle, we will be considering amendments in the order listed on the roster provided to your office electronically. With that in mind, I have a manager's amendment at the desk. Clerk will designate the amendment.
Manager's amendment to the amendment in the nature of substitute to H.R. 7776 offered by Mr. DeFazio.
Without objection, the amendment be considered as read, and I recognize myself for a statement on the amendment. I want to start by thanking Ranking Member Sam Graves, Chair Napolitano, Ranking Member Rouser for working so well together on this bill, and the manager's amendment to address bipartisan needs that were expressed by members in a very collegial way. The manager's amendment addresses several critical issues that were brought to the attention of the committee later in the process, as well as makes a few technical and conforming changes to the underlying amendment in the nature of substitute. I want to thank the following members for their contributions to this amendment. Representative Davids, Representative Graves of Louisiana, Representative Garamendi of California, Representative Mast, Mr. Carter of Louisiana, Representative Crawford of Arkansas, Representative Titus of Nevada, Representative Huffman from California. Your valuable input into this amendment has made what was already a good bill better. I urge adoption of the amendment. Do any other members wish to speak on the amendment? Sam?
Yeah. I do want to thank you, Chairman DeFazio, for working with us in the same bipartisan manner on the manager's amendment as on the underlying bill. I support the technical changes and additional bipartisan provisions that are included in this amendment, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. I yield back.
Apparently, Representative Carter had wished to be recognized previously. Unfortunately, you were overlooked. You're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I wish to just thank you and thank the committee for the Recreational Hazards Banks Mississippi River study. Proud to offer this amendment. We know that oftentimes in our communities, while we enjoy our Mississippi River and we enjoy the beauty of it, my community should be able to do so confidently. When I offer this amendment, I did so keeping in mind my constituents who tragically lost their lives as a result of the insufficient measures being taken to alert the public of the hazardous risk of the river water conditions. I hope this amendment will help ensure that no other lives are lost and can greatly minimize or even eliminate threats to the life and safety of all who enjoy the banks of the Mississippi River in my district. This is a tragic loss of life that we've experienced. As a child, I spent many of our summers swimming in the Mississippi River because we had few other places to access for public swimming. I have worked tirelessly over my career to encourage more recreational facilities, to encourage more swimming pools and more wholesome, safe places where our young people can seek recreation. However, the Mississippi River still appears to be an attraction to some, and I thank you for allowing this manager's amendment to go forward, to create a study to offer the maximum protection for all who would enjoy the Mississippi River, and I thank you and yield back.
I thank the gentleman for his statement and his work on the issue. Do other members wish to be recognized to speak on the amendment? Okay, hearing none, are there amendments to the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Now moving on to the first amendment of 53 that have been submitted, and that would be for Representative Perry. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7776, offered by Mr. Perry, number 605.
Without objection, the amendment considered as read. I recognize Mr. Perry to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes. Hello?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I got an amendment at the desk.
Designated it, and the gentleman was recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment prohibits the Delaware River Basin Commission, the Susquehanna River Basin Commission, and the Interstate Commission on the Potomac River Basin from finalizing, implementing, or enforcing hydraulic fracturing regulations from more stringent than the state in which the proposed well is located. This month, U.S. natural gas prices hit a 14-year high, the highest level since the hydraulic fracturing revolution flooded U.S. markets with cheap, plentiful American natural gas. The best way to combat these record high prices is to produce more natural gas in America. In places like my home state of Pennsylvania, the second largest natural gas producing state in the nation. Unfortunately, President Biden and Governor Wolf has instituted a hydraulic fracturing ban for a portion of the Commonwealth. This was done by empowering unelected, unaccountable bureaucrats at the Delaware River Basin Commission to strip the property rights of landowners in contravention of the will of the legislature. The result is a prohibition on the development of critical shale plays in eastern Pennsylvania that can provide desperately needed natural gas to the market during this time of shortage. Using this playbook, radical environmentalists and unelected bureaucrats could prevent hydraulic fracturing in the Susquehanna River Basin and the Potomac River Basin as well. The threat of this expansion undermines investor confidence in hydraulic fracturing projects throughout the Commonwealth and further restricts and constricts domestic natural gas production. To be clear, this amendment simply clarifies that the 3 commissions in Pennsylvania cannot impose hydraulic fracturing restrictions that are more stringent than those passed by the state legislature where the well is located. It makes no changes to the ability of states to regulate hydraulic fracturing as they see fit. This makes clear that Pennsylvanians can use their property and mineral rights as they wish, subject to Pennsylvania law, while leaving in place state-level bans and other members to the commissions. Enough is enough already. It's time to stop this underhanded attack on property rights, representative government, and state sovereignty, and restore American energy security. Opposition to this amendment is support of a hydraulic fracturing ban and increased prices at a time when your constituents are being brutally punished by high natural gas prices, among other things. And I urge everyone to support this amendment. Mr. Chairman, I yield the balance.
Okay, do others wish to be heard on the amendment? Hearing none, I oppose the gentleman's amendment. And I've already asked if others wish to be heard. Are there amendments to the amendment? Hearing none, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify, get ready, by saying aye.
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 Those opposed signify by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested and will be postponed until a later time. We move on to Representative Garamendi. Apparently, Representative Garamendi is not currently present. We'll move on to Representative Bost.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
Okay, clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7776, offered by Mr. Bost, 040.
The amendment will be considered as read, and I recognize Mr. Bost to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment is very straightforward. It will remove the language to study the possible effects of governor of the Illinois terminating 4 contracts between the Illinois and the Army Corps of Engineers. These 4 contracts play a vital role in ensuring the communities surrounding Wren Lake, Carlisle Lake, and Lake Shelbyville have access to water. Terminating these contracts will result in local communities paying extremely high costs and stretching local resources even thinner than they already are. My office spoke with one of the conservative districts who was expressing fear about the burden of terminating these contracts would place on it. Unfortunately, the local communities were not even consulted before the language was included to potentially change their water supplies. You know, I want to thank Mr. Davis, who worked with me with his team and my team on this, and I want to thank the chair and ranking member. You've all helped to ensure that Southern Illinois has access to affordable water. With that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Do others wish to be heard?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I do want to thank my colleague and friend, Mr. Bost. It was with great teamwork that our teams worked together. And again, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Ranking Member, for allowing us this vote today. This is a very important issue for the citizens of central and southwestern and southern Illinois. The question that I have and that I know Mr. Bost has is, what in the world was Governor Pritzker thinking when he tried to backdoor this amendment language into a word bill that's going to adversely impact our constituents in Illinois? The locals were not even consulted here. This language would have adversely impacted the cost of providing water and put the burden back on our local communities rather than the state of Illinois, at a time when Governor Pritzker and his administration are bragging about how well they're doing financially in Illinois. You know, they're not in debt as much. But to come here and ask for language like this to be inserted into the underlying text of this bill is somewhat offensive to the constituents that we represent and to the local communities who found out about it through our efforts. So this amendment, I would urge everyone, if you care about your local communities and you care about having language in this bill that could adversely affect your communities that you didn't know about, that would impact your district, this is an amendment that I think you should support, because we here in this committee are the ones that should be writing the language, not people who have not even consulted with our local communities or their local communities who are going to be impacted. Shame on you, Governor Pritzker, and your administration for doing this. Vote for the Bost Amendment to make sure we correct this injustice. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Do others wish to be heard? Hearing none, recognize myself. As the gentlemen know, we received a request from another member from the state of Illinois to extinguish these contracts related to water storage at certain core reservoir projects. However, rather than extinguish these contracts, the committee agreed to include a study by the Corps on the consequences of extinguishing these contracts, along with a report to Congress describing the expected outcome to be acted on by a future Congress. I recognize that the two gentlemen have constituents who would potentially be affected should the study come to the conclusion they should be terminated, and should a future Congress choose to act on that study and terminate them. But rather than opposing the gentleman's amendment, I'd like to accept it today, work with the members of the Illinois delegation, see if a compromise between the issues raised and the underlying amendment, gentlemen's concerns, can be worked out before this legislation comes to the House floor. Do others wish to be heard? Hearing none, then the question is on the amendment. Those in favor will signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, the amendment is adopted. We'll move on now to Representative Huffman. Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7776, offered by Mr. Huffman, number 061.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thanks very much, and let me just clarify at the outset that I will be withdrawing this amendment, but it addresses concerns that are really important to me, and which I appreciate the chair's cooperation on, so I think it's important to explain why I've been pushing this. Since I came to Congress nearly a decade ago, I've been working with the ports in my district to be dredged after they've been forced in many cases to wait decades. They've experienced incredible and unacceptable delay in the regular maintenance dredging of these shallow draft channels that the Corps is responsible for. Some ports, like the Petaluma River and the San Rafael Channel, had to wait 20 years or more. And I know I'm not alone. Many of my San Francisco Bay colleagues and many of you in this room, I think, have experienced similar frustrations in getting not just regular dredging, but any dredging done in these orphaned shallow draft channels. It is not acceptable for a port to have to experience that kind of delay. And I've been working to find solutions to this problem. Solutions do exist and are already being implemented by the Corps in some cases. This includes regional cooperation between ports and the Corps to schedule dredging together and work collaboratively, and also looking into leveraging public-private partnerships and other alternative models where that makes sense. While I've been told that these authorities do exist, the ports in my district and those in my neighboring districts are certainly not getting the benefit of the application of those authorities, and they can no longer wait. So in the long run, I know policies like this will save the Corps money and will certainly enable communities to get dredging done much faster and more reliably. If we can encourage the Corps to do more of this, that's a model that could be replicated all over the country. And it's for that reason that I wanted to push this language. Mr. Chairman, I do understand that you've expressed an interest in working with me to make sure that we do something going forward to urge the Corps to utilize these authorities and enable these kind of partnerships and dredging activities to happen more regularly and reliably. And with that, I will withdraw the amendment and yield back.
I thank the gentleman, and I would just recognize myself out of order since it was withdrawn. That I don't disagree that we need to work with the Corps to better utilize Section 1111. And also that the bill includes a critical study of dredging capacity. I was engaged in the battle many years ago when I was first in Congress, where we had multiple federal dredges and private contractors, particularly under the influence of Representative Breaux and Representative Breaux's wife, who actually worked for the dredging contractors, managed to mothball some of those, and we became totally reliant upon private dredging, which studies showed at the time the only benefit was a profit for private companies. It actually caused taxpayers more, it impeded navigation more, caused delays, et cetera. So I'm hopeful that when the next Congress considers the next WARDA, the study will be completed and we'll make a determination whether a new dredge capacity is needed in the United States and also better utilization of 1111. So I thank the gentleman for his concern, share his concerns. With that, the
Mr. Chair?
the amendment was withdrawn. So I.
Fair enough.
Who's this? Mr. Stauber. Oh, what? Mr. Stauber?
Oh, Mr. Chair, if you just give me one moment, I support everything that my good friend, Mr. Huffman, said about the dredging and the reliability. I represent the most inland port in the United States, Duluth, Minnesota, Port of Duluth. And everything he said is as important in his district as in mine. So these public-private partnerships to make sure that the commerce and the economy can move forward is something that I absolutely support, and I yield back.
Okay, I thank the gentleman and agree and share his concerns. Others wish to speak to the withdrawn amendment? If not, then we would move on to Representative Lamalfa. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7776, offered by Mr. LaMalfa, number 064.
I guess it's my understanding Mr. LaMalfa is not on at the moment, so we will, at the moment, delay consideration. Would move along now to Representative Carter. The clerk will designate Representative Carter.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7776, offered by Mr. Carter of Louisiana, number 018.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes. Microphone.
Mr. Chairman and members, thank you for the opportunity to offer this amendment that would benefit my district and my home of Algiers, New Orleans. This amendment reiterates that the operation, maintenance, repair, replacement, and rehabilitation for the Algiers Canal levees is to be done at full federal expense, notwithstanding work that occurred following Hurricane Katrina. The completion of this project will help to protect my community as well as continue to prepare for the next inevitable series of hurricanes. I understand that there is a Senate instrument that embodies this amendment, and I understand and I thank the chairman for agreeing to work with me to make sure that these issues are properly addressed. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I will withdraw and yield.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Would you mind if I just quickly gave some context on this one?
If quickly, yes, because
Thank
he's
you.
withdrawn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Mr. Chairman, I fully support the efforts of my friend from Louisiana, Mr. Carter, Congressman Carter. Just for a little bit of background here, this was a river levee that was 100% federally maintained. The Corps of Engineers came in and then designated it as a flood levee, the same levee, and so therefore dumped it on the locals for operations and maintenance. So when the Water Resources Development Act of 2007, a provision was put in, said, no, you're not going to do that. You're going to maintain O&M on it. So Congress stepped in and said, no, the Corps of Engineers is going to maintain operations and maintenance. Well, then, in the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina, emergency funding was provided to rebuild levees and address damages, and there was a provision, a universal provision in that said that any money that was used on projects, you had to sign a new cost share agreement that said that all operations, maintenance, repair, rehabilitation, and replacement was 100% federal. And so this was a universal provision that applied to every single thing in the entire 5-parish area that was addressed after Hurricane Katrina. And so it undermined that very specific provision that was included in the Water Resources Development Act of 2007. So I want to be clear, this is a real anomaly. Congressman Carter has a very good amendment that this has already been discussed, already been settled by Congress, and the fact that he has to come back and re-legislate on this is really unfortunate because there is a very specific provision in law that makes it crystal clear that this is a federal responsibility. And it's just one of those things that makes it so frustrating to be here because you have to go back and fix things that, quite frankly, have already been fixed. So I understand that you've made a commitment to work with them as this goes through the process, but this issue has a lot of merit, and I commend Congressman Carter for bringing this amendment up and making sure this gets fixed. Yield back.
Okay, I thank gentlemen for fleshing out the history on this, and I can recognize the concerns of Representative Carter, the unique nature of this. We had a Big Four agreement at this point, but I know it's important. The Senate has a provision in their bill that would change cost share for this project, and I'm committed to working to resolve this issue as we move forward on the legislation. So with that, the amendment is withdrawn. We now move to Representative Westerman. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7776, offered by Mr. Westerman, number 072.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank the staff and the committee for all the work they've done to get another word of bill, and hopefully we'll see it passed in a bipartisan fashion to keep the streak going. I was honored to serve as the ranking member on the subcommittee in the last Congress, and I know how much work goes into one of these bills, and that's why I proposed some amendments that I think are great amendments to make the bill better. and I know that everyone will be open to hearing about common sense amendments. I'm going to offer two of them today that deal with similar issues, and these are threshold amounts for federal construction and service contracts. You know, just to lay this out, imagine if you're running a business and you need to do a $2,000 repair, and the rules in your business require you to go do $10,000 or $15,000 of paperwork and delay a lot of time before you can do your $2,000 repair. That's basically what we've built into the law for the Corps of Engineers. And this issue came up with a colonel in the Little Rock District, Colonel Noe. He saw a problem with the current law, and in this case, it's the McNamara-O'Hara Service Contract Act, and he saw how the Corps could be more efficient, and together we want to fix this. In 1965, Congress passed the McNamara-O'Hara Service Contract Act to ensure that federal service contractors pay the prevailing wage rate. The amendment I'm offering does nothing to affect the prevailing wage rate. I want to be clear, nothing about this amendment affects the wage rate. What this amendment does is it adjusts the minimum for a service contract amount to reflect inflation. The service contract now requires a minimum threshold amount of $2,500 to have a full contracting process, which costs thousands of dollars, and that threshold has never been updated. $2,500 in 1965 is more than $23,000 today. If the Corps needs any service completed, this goes from cutting the grass to repairing signage to fixing electrical problems. It is impossible to do it under the current threshold without spending thousands of unnecessary dollars. My amendment tasks the Corps with just studying the SCA threshold and issuing a report to this committee to identify how changes to the threshold meet inflation increases or other federal contracting benchmarks and how that can save us money. Colonel Noe did his homework. He did a brief study of the Little Rock and Tulsa districts from fiscal year 18 through 20 and concluded that these two districts alone could save more than $8.6 million had the SCA threshold been raised to the DOD's simplified acquisition threshold of $250,000. Just raising the threshold slightly, only to $15,000, would help. For nearly 400 actions that had to go to contract, had the threshold been $15,000 instead of $2,500, these two core districts would have saved $3.2 million and no telling how much time. It would have been a more efficient use of taxpayer dollars, and plus work would have gotten done quicker. Those savings could be used to support other projects. I want to be clear again, this amendment doesn't change a thing about prevailing wages. It simply asks the Corps to study whether we could save taxpayer dollars by changing the threshold amount for service contracts to a figure that makes sense for today and going forward. It's a common sense amendment that would give this committee some real data to use in the future to ensure that we're spending money on important projects instead of administrative burdens. Mr. Chairman, I urge a yes vote, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Do others wish to be heard? Hearing none, I recognize myself such time as I may consume. I will oppose the gentleman's amendment. I want at this point enter into the record a letter from the International Union of Operating Engineers outlining some of the history on this issue and the fact that this committee has repeatedly rejected requests in various aspects to somehow vitiate the Davis-Bacon law, which has stood for many years to provide people who work on federal contracts with a living wage. So therefore, I oppose the amendment. Others wish to be heard? Hearing none. Are there amendments to the amendment? Hearing none. Amendment to the amendment?
Yes, if I'm allowed to speak, would that be possible?
Okay, you just want to speak to the amendment? Okay, all right.
Yes, sir. And I yield to my good friend, Mr. Bruce Westerman.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. Chairman, I do want to point out, this does not affect wages. It's a common sense amendment that just allows service contracts to be raised. It doesn't affect any Any wages, and anybody that says it does is being misleading. This makes the government more effective and saves taxpayer dollars, and quite frankly, it's embarrassing if we don't take up amendments like these and even just do a study to see how much money and time it would save the taxpayers. So I again encourage the committee to do the common sense thing and support this amendment, and I yield back to the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I
Okay,
concur.
gentleman yields back. Others wish to be heard? I already asked. There are amendments to the amendment. Hearing none, the question is on the amendment as offered by Mr. Westerman. Get ready to unmute, all of you out there in virtual land. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed?
Aye.
Those opposed signify by saying no. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The
Mr.
noes
Chairman,
have
I ask for a recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested, and the vote will be delayed and considered at a later time. We now move on. The clerk will designate for Mr. Representative Mast.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7776, offered by Mr. Mast, number 106.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. This is an amendment that I've offered in Word of Past. It's an important amendment, and I would say it to the committee in this way. If any one representative on this committee had toxic water that the Corps of Engineers was releasing into their community, I would say you would probably fight the Corps of Engineers tooth and nail. You'd do everything that you could, literally, to protect your community. Even if it was one person being poisoned, you would do what you could to stop your community from being poisoned. And I would support you in that. I would do everything that I could to prevent that injustice of your community being poisoned. My community is poisoned year after year after year by discharges conducted by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers out of Lake Okeechobee into our coastal estuaries. We know that there is a level that it is considered toxic, that it is considered poison. I know because I got the EPA to write a standard for this, and they came up with the standard of 8 parts per billion for the poison, the toxin, microcystin. And I want to go to their study on this to speak about it briefly and say, what did they say about it? Now, everything that I'm going to list here didn't occur with my harmful algal blooms, my Lake Okeechobee. This is what the EPA studied in harmful algal blooms around all of the places that they studied. So to list some of the effects. Kidney effects listed frequently. Liver damage occurring. You keep going and you say, okay, there was severe gastrointestinal illness. There was diarrhea, vomiting, nausea, fever, cramps, abdominal cramps. You keep going and you say, in one case, there was acute liver failure. There was a 20-month-old in one of these cases that, along with a number of adults that reported gastrointestinal illnesses, and the child was diagnosed with acute liver failure, actually received a liver transplant. A liver transplant for being exposed to these harmful algal blooms. Harmful doesn't even do it justice. Toxic algal blooms, right? Respiratory distress, headache, sore throat, vomiting, nausea, stomach pain, dry cough, diarrhea, blistering, pneumonia. This is a poison. It is a toxin. It is allowed by the Corps of Engineers to be released into my community year after year. My amendment would say that when the water reaches the level of poison, where people would be poisoned if they come in contact with this water, that the Corps of Engineers can't release that water. Now, let's say, why does the Corps of Engineers also play a role in this? Because the Corps of Engineers' actions also determine, in part, not wholly, but in part, whether that water does become toxic or not. Because levels of these lakes, whether to say the lake is at 6 feet or 8 feet or 12 feet or 20 feet or whatever it is, the levels of those lakes determine as well whether those algal blooms or those lakes become toxic based upon the heat in the summertime, how warm that water gets, what the level of that lake is. They make a determination in the way that they manage these waterways in determining whether they actually become toxic waterways, and then they determine where and when and how much of that toxic water they're going to release into different places. So again, my amendment would say when the water reaches the level of toxic, that it can't be released out of this one water body into an entirely separate water body. You can't take poison from one place and send it to another water body, poisoning an entirely separate water body. Taking a freshwater poison and poison a saltwater estuary. You can't do that. They're entirely separate water bodies. You're affecting entirely different communities. It's wrong, it's unjust. And to put one more fine point on just how toxic this is, last year, this lake that I don't want these toxic discharges out of, Lake Okeechobee, it measured the most toxic, Mr. Chairman, the most toxic that it had ever measured. EPA standard, 8 parts per billion, it measured 800 plus parts per billion. Think about that. So I ask for consideration of my amendment, and in that, I yield the remainder of my time. Thank you.
Do others wish to be heard on the amendment? Hearing none, I'll speak to the amendment. I recognize the gentleman has extraordinary concerns. His constituents are impacted dramatically by this, but this is a bigger problem for all of Florida and the Everglades, and we're moving ahead. We took this issue up 25 years ago when I was on the Resources Committee and had a comprehensive plan to deal with this, which never got implemented. Opposition from sugar industry and the state at the time, although now the state is working along with other stakeholders. And there is the Everglades agricultural area, which is ultimately within a number of years going to allow outflow of the lake toward the Everglades, and the water will be captured in natural systems, so it won't pollute the Everglades on the way down to resolve the Lake Okeechobee problem, which is a horrible problem. And at this point, the other stakeholders say that, well, if we can't put in that river, then we're going to have more risk of flooding and others' concerns. And they also say that the 8 is the recreational water quality standard, and it shouldn't be used. That this standard shouldn't be used in the overall management of the lake. And with that, I oppose the amendment. Do others wish to be heard? Hearing none. Are there amendments to the amendment? Hearing none, the question will then be on the amendment. Everybody who's out there, unmute. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Okay. Those opposed signify by saying no. No.
No.
Opinion chair, noes have it. A gentleman requests to record vote. The recorded vote will be postponed. With that, we move on to Representative Gonzalez-Colon.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7776, offered by Ms. Gonzalez-Colon, number 121.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. Representative Gonzalez-Colon is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and ranking members for holding the markup. This amendment, the Caño Martin Peña Ecosystem Restoration Project, was authorized in 2007. And will restore 3.75 miles of the eastern portion of the Caño Martin Peña Channel in San Juan, which is historically the portion that was several hundred feet wide and navigable. However, after multiple decades, population growth and accumulation of natural disasters, the channels have become clogged with sediments and debris, making this area highly susceptible for flooding. This project impacts 8 communities in one of the most densely populated areas in the island, which is the metropolitan area. And as such, supporting it has been one of my priorities since day one. And WRDA plays a significant role in safeguarding its development. Most recently, through WRDA 2020, we were able to increase the authorized cost for this project from $150 million to $255 million to reflect the current cost of programs and to ensure its long-term viability. Today, I'm advocating for this project once again with this amendment. This amendment will support the non-federal sponsors of the Caño Martin Peña project by ensuring the work included in the feasibility study signed in 2016 is considered and credited into the cost share agreement with the Army Corps of Engineers. As we all know, non-federal sponsors play a key role in getting authorized core projects off the ground, and the Caño is not exception. To the date, the corporation Proyecto Enlace, the Caño Martin Peña, known as the Enlace, and state agencies in Puerto Rico have undertaken significant work leading to the construction phase. And this includes relocating 3 major utilities, a 115 kilowatt power line, the Borinquen water transmission line, the Resach sewer line, as well as the acquisition and demolition of houses and structures located in the project footprint, followed by relocation of residents. These and other expenses amount to over $22 million contributed thus far by Enlace, which I believe should be fully considered as and factored into the cost share moving forward. Chairman, I understand that the Corps is looking at this issue closely and that more information related to my amendment is forthcoming. Therefore, I will withdraw my amendment at this time to allow us to investigate this issue further and request an agreement from the committee to continue work together in support of what my amendment seeks and this project with the Army Corps of Engineers. I would like to thank the committee staff for their assistance throughout this process, and I look forward to move forward and great things for the residents of Caño Martin. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. I understand her concerns, and we do need, as she pointed out, to get more information regarding the previous work done by non-federal sponsors to ensure it meets federal standards and requirement before a decision can be made on the credit. We don't have the information yet. We've asked the Corps, recognize the importance, and I appreciate the fact that at this point she's withdrawing it. I'm hoping to get this matter sorted out, and if we find it eligible, we can adopt it in some form before we bring the bill to the floor. So I thank the gentlelady, and we'll continue to work with her on this. With that, the amendment is withdrawn. We now move to, where'd my list go? We would now move to Representative Perry 610. The clerk will designate.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7776, offered by Mr. Perry, number 610.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would prevent the Maritime Administration from diverting port infrastructure development grants to offshore wind projects, as they have in Albany, New York, and Portsmouth, Virginia. Obviously, spending port development money on windmills is only going to exacerbate the issues at the nation's ports and fail to deliver any improvements to the supply chain. Given all the money directed to and at port development in the IAJA, it is vital that we stop this diversion before more funding is allocated and wasted. While I understand this amendment is not germane, and I intend to withdraw the amendment, it is vital to bring attention to the administration's desire to divert infrastructure spending to special interests and cronies. To those of you who supported the IAJA thinking it would result in infrastructure, this should make it abundantly clear that that was a mistaken belief. This administration cannot be trusted to be responsible stewards of any funding. They are incapable of implementing programs as designed when they could instead divert it to wasteful green energy programs that do nothing but enrich their cronies. Just tired of seeing the ports fade away and continue to get worse while we spend money recklessly, needlessly, and inefficiently. With that, Mr. Chairman, I withdraw the amendment.
Thank the gentleman. Thank him for his statement. Thank him for withdrawing. With that, we would move, the clerk would designate Huffman.
No,
What? Okay, Representative, the clerk will designate Representative Graves 193.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute for HR 7776, offered by Mr. Graves of Louisiana, number 193.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this amendment is entirely consistent with what you and I have worked on. In fact, virtually all members of this committee have worked on in both the DARA bill and again in the Resilient America bill. Mr. Chairman, I think everybody on this committee has expressed at one point or another frustration with the Corps of Engineers, with the delays, with the arduous project development and implementation process. Without question, the process that the Corps of Engineers uses to study projects is one that takes more time, more money, and more scrutiny than any other project development process in the federal government. Yet, what we've seen over the last several years, Mr. Chairman, is we've seen programs within the Department of Housing and Urban Development, the Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Flood Mitigation Program, billions and billions of dollars being sent to HUD, the Housing and Urban Development Agency, to provide flood protection funds. And the reason is because the Corps is too slow and too expensive. We've seen programs through the Department of Interior, we've seen programs through the Department of Commerce, many programs through FEMA, and the deal is that these programs all have the same objective. They're all about resiliency. So, Mr. Chairman, you and I work together with Ranking Member Sam Graves, with then Mr. Schuster and others, for example, to break down the wall or the barrier between hazard mitigation grant program funds through FEMA and Corps of Engineer funds. If the highest priority in a community is to build a flood protection project that's been authorized through the Corps of Engineers, my goodness, we should be incentivizing that those federal funds go to advance that project. People have said, oh, well, then you're going to get too much money. You can't build a project twice. That doesn't even make sense. So we fixed it, and it is law today that you can now use hazard mitigation grant program funds to advance an unfunded or underfunded Corps of Engineer project. In Resilient America, Mr. Chairman, you and I work together on the BRIC funds, the pre-disaster mitigation type funds, to do the same thing, to say that, look, if that's the highest priority, this project's already been through the extraordinary scrutiny of the Corps of Engineers through their feasibility process, then that's where the money should be able to go. What this provision does is, instead of going one by one to knock down all these walls among all these federal programs, is it just says, if the existing federal program is used, it can be used for things like resilience or flood protection, then those monies can be used to advance a Corps of Engineer project. So it's entirely consistent with what we did on HMGP, on what we did with BRIC. It just tries to do a universal solution instead of going through and playing whack-a-mole every time a new program comes up. And this is what we should be doing as stewards of taxpayer dollars, is making sure that the funds go to the highest priority projects, not boxing projects out and preventing them from being eligible. So with that, Mr. Chairman, urge adoption of the amendment. Yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Do others wish to be heard? Hearing none, recognize yourself, 5 minutes. I would oppose the gentleman's amendment. This is, I understand his concerns, and I have recently, and the gentleman's also been in touch with the Senate, hoping to move Resilient America to deal with some of these issues. But the wording here is so broad that, if the funds from another federal agency appropriated for another purpose, only have to be similar or complementary to their purpose, as opposed to what is traditionally a local sponsor or other sponsors of core projects. This would, I think, be very problematic. So with that, I would oppose the amendment and urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment.
Will the gentleman yield?
I would yield briefly to the gentleman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, look, this is an issue that you and I have worked on in the past, and I think we've knocked down some walls. I'd be willing to withdraw the amendment if you'll work with us on addressing your concerns with the construction of the amendment. But again, we've done this twice already. I think it's consistent with this committee's jurisdiction, and it's what we should be doing for the efficiency of taxpayer funds.
Well, I'll be happy to have further discussions with the gentleman.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to withdraw amendment number 193.
Okay. Without objection, the amendment is withdrawn at this point in time to be continued. The clerk would designate Westerman 073.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 7776, offered by Mr. Westerman, number 073.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the second amendment I talked about earlier. And again, this is a very common sense amendment. Mr. Chairman, I can't imagine why somebody would oppose this. I'm guessing since you had a letter that opposed my last amendment, you've probably got a letter from someone to oppose this amendment. And again, I want to explain what the amendment does and what it does not do. This amendment makes Davis-Bacon better. Doesn't hurt it. It doesn't hurt prevailing wage. It actually interjects a little bit of common sense into the Corps. There's not a person on this committee who's dealt with the Corps who's probably not been frustrated. Well, we're partly to blame when we leave antiquated laws like this in place. It was put in place in 1931 with a fixed amount of $2,000. That would be $38,000 today. So imagine you're an employee at the Corps of Engineers. You need to put a new set of tires on the backhoe. You can't go down to the tire shop and put the tires on the backhoe. You've got to go through an $8,000 to $10,000 contracting process to put tires on the backhoe. You need a new concrete pad at the campsite. You can't go pour a $2,000 to $3,000 pad. You got to go through another $8,000 contracting process, and who knows how much time to be able to build this pad. It's a waste of taxpayer dollars. It takes longer. It creates the frustration that bothers so many of us and so many of our constituents. And all my amendment would do is authorize a study to see how much money this could save. Again, Colonel Noy from the Little Rock District did a study on this just for Little Rock and Tulsa over 3 years. If the amount was the same amount that the Department of Defense uses for minor purchases, it would have saved $19 million in 3 years in 2 areas where the Corps operates. This is a good amendment. It's not trying to get one over on somebody or fix or do away with Davis-Bacon. It actually makes Davis-Bacon better. It makes the Corps function more efficiently, and it saves taxpayer dollars. So, Mr. Chairman, if you're opposed to this, I hope you will offer more logic on why you're opposed other than just somebody wrote you a letter from a public union. And I yield back.
Others wish to be recognized? Hearing none, recognize myself. I oppose it, and the gentleman used examples that do not apply to Davis-Bacon. Equipment acquisition does not involve labor. Buying backhoe tires or whatever the other equipment acquisition the gentleman mentioned is not subject to Davis-Bacon. It's only contracting for a project which involves physical human labor. And that doesn't apply to the person who applies, mounts the tires. So those examples are not relevant. Again, it's another, move on Davis-Bacon, similar to the other. With that, I'd oppose the amendment.
Will the gentleman yield?
Real briefly, we've got 53 amendments to go through.
The concrete pad example applies to Davis-Bacon. The changing the tires on the backhoe, that applies to the First Amendment. So I apologize for mixing the illustrations, but it's minor purchases that the Corps does that they're limited to a $2,000 threshold where they have to go through a full contracting process with bid documents and all this extra time that accomplishes nothing. And it doesn't hurt prevailing wages. So I appreciate you yielding, and I do encourage people to vote for this common sense amendment.
Well, reclaiming my time, again, I would be happy to examine with the gentleman the fact that for acquisitions of objects, equipment, that somehow that this Davis-Bacon would apply, which I'm not aware of. And so I would oppose the amendment. With that, others wish to be heard. Are there amendments to the amendment? Hearing none, prepare yourselves. All those in favor will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed will signify by saying nay or no. No.
No.
Opinion chair, the noes have it. Noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to. The clerk would now designate Representative Mast, 119.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7776, offered by Mr. Mass, number 119.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment, again, as a lot of my amendments will be today about Lake Okeechobee, makes it eligible for Section 126 environmental dredging. There's dredging done for a number of different reasons, right? This would remove sediment with high phosphorus levels, one of the causes of these toxic algal blooms. So it would remove those sediment with high phosphorus levels, make them eligible for the environmental dredging projects that can occur by these dredging programs. It would add Lake Okeechobee to the Corps' directed projects that it can do for that, for environmental dredging on. In that, very simple, the reason, as stated before, it would help to eliminate the toxic algal blooms. If you don't have those sediments that are feeding these toxic algal blooms, along with the Corps' managed levels and the heat and other elements, it's one of the ways that we can help the Corps in dealing with this issue that flows between water management for drinking water supply, water management for flood control, recreation, irrigation, navigation, preventing saltwater intrusion. The list goes on to get those sediments out of there would absolutely aid the Corps of Engineers in conducting a number of their project purposes. So again, to make Lake Okeechobee eligible for Section 126 environmental dredging, and I yield the remainder of my time, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, gentlemen. I support the gentleman's amendment. It would add Lake Okeechobee to the list of projects where the Corps and EPA work together to help remove contaminated sediments. It also adds legacy high phosphorus sediments, in quotes, to the list of sediments Corps and EPA can work together. I think it's a good amendment. I support its adoption. Do others wish to be heard? Hearing none. Are there amendments to the amendment? Hearing none, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. We would now move on to Representative Graves. The clerk will designate Representative Graves 196.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7776, offered by Mr. Graves of Louisiana, number 196.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes. Garrett, where are you? Where is he?
What are you doing over there?
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, right now, when you build a water resources project, in many cases, you have federal lands. It may be a wildlife refuge, it may be a national park, or other federal properties. What this amendment does is it basically says that in any case when you have a federal property that is being protected through a hurricane protection project or hurricane protection project, coastal restoration project, or things along those lines that you can use Corps of Engineer funds because it's protecting a federal asset. So this would effectively make it full federal expense for that component of the project, as opposed to making a state, a levy district, a parish, a county, a city, or other entity be on the hook for the non-federal cost share for that component of the project. Again, it benefits the federal entity. That federal entity or the federal government should be the one that's paying the cost share. So for those components, it would make that a full federal component. Urge adoption. Amendment. Yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Others wish to be heard? Hearing none, I recognize myself. It would authorize the Corps to construct projects on land of other federal agencies at full federal expense. To be clear, the Corps already has the authority to construct projects on other federal land, but this would broaden that ability to eliminate cost share, remove the requirement that non-federal interests pay to acquire such lands. adding further burden to the Corps' budget, and with their $100 billion backlog, I don't believe that we should do this. I oppose the amendment. Others which should be heard. There are amendments to the amendment? Hearing none, get ready. The question is on the amendment. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, those opposed? Those opposed signify by saying no. No.
No. No.
Opinion chair, noes have it. Noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to. Clerk will designate, I'm losing track here. Where are we? Here. Okay. Representative Mast, 103.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute for H.R. 7776 offered by Mr. Mast, number 103.
Okay, without objection, the amendment is considered as read. The gentleman's recognized 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to speak on this, and then I'll offer to withdraw this amendment afterwards. Here's why this is important to discuss this. We're talking about requiring the Army Corps to revise the Lake Okeechobee regulation schedule that upon completion of some infrastructure projects, the EAA reservoir that we passed through this committee and something that we're looking at for the future, LOWRP, to eliminate upon the completion of those projects harmful discharges from our waterways. To say you can no longer, when you complete these water storage projects that are intended to stop these discharges, well, after those are completed, then you can't do these harmful toxic discharges. Now, why is that important? It's important because we come here and, respectfully, Mr. Chairman, you're leaving the committee, you're leaving the House of Representatives. So the Corps of Engineers, they come to us and they talk to us to our face and they say, hey, if we do this project, this infrastructure project, we can accomplish this. But 10 years down the line, when these projects are completed, or however many years down the line, and there's different people that are in place or in charge of the committee or the subcommittees, the Corps, and we're 3 colonels that have been in charge of the Corps of Engineers region down the line that weren't there when those projects were authorized. They weren't the ones that were selling it to our face, saying, hey, if we do this, this is what will happen. This is how they market it. Well, we lose the project intent down the line. We don't get it. They'll go forward. They'll write a new management schedule for whatever waterway might be in place, but you won't have the same people there that were selling that. They'll be long gone. They'll be out of the military. They'll be somewhere else working in the Pentagon, or they'll be enjoying retirement or whatever it is, but they won't be there 10 years down the line in that same place. And that's why we have to take opportunities like this to make sure that we tell the Corps in statute that they will accomplish what they sell to us, or else we won't support it, that we won't let them lose the intent of the project in the way that they're selling it. So in that, again, just to reiterate, project purposes have to meet the intent that they come to DC and sell us on, and we can't allow the intent of them to be forgotten about. And in that, I thank you for the opportunity to speak on this. I'm going to withdraw this amendment.
I thank the gentleman for withdrawing the amendment. With that, we'd move on to Graves 200. The clerk will designate the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7776 offered by Mr. Graves of Louisiana, number 200.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this is a bipartisan amendment with Mr. Cotter. This is actually very similar, but it's a slimmed down amendment. It's a much more narrow scope than what this committee has passed in the past. Right now, there's something under WRDA 86 called deferred payment agreement, where you can, a non-federal sponsor can defer their payment over a 30-year period from the date of construction, and they can pay the non-federal cost share again over this deferred payment agreement. You also have provisions in law, for example, Section 221, that allows for partnership agreements to be entered to where you can develop credit. For example, if a non-federal sponsor buys real estate, contributes in-kind services, contributes cash, you can develop credit towards your non-federal cost share. As you know, Mr. Chair, the majority of projects are 35% non-federal, and so the non-federal sponsor can, again, buy real estate, they can provide engineering services or whatever to ultimately reach their 35% cost share. In some cases, when you develop a project implementation strategy, you say, you know what, state of California, y'all are better at this. You do this component of it. Corps of Engineers, you're better at this. You do this component of it. And it's all about efficiency and compatibility of capabilities. And so what will happen is that you can develop excess credit. You can develop credit in excess of what your cost share is. If you had two projects that were next to each other, but they were considered the same authorization, you could just take your credit and trade it back and forth and everything would be fine. In the case of Louisiana, Congressman Carter and I, let me say this again, we represent currently 1/3 of all of the Corps of Engineer authorizations nationally. We have lost more coastal wetlands in the state of Louisiana. We have 90% of the coastal wetlands lost in the continental United States, 90%. And it's because of, the largest source of the problem is because the Corps of Engineers put levees on the Mississippi River system. And so what our amendment does is it simply says that if you have excess credit from fish and wildlife mitigation, that credit can be applied to the deferred payment agreement. This is the same thing that we apply where we allow credit to be applied to projects. The state of Louisiana uniquely, and I want to say this again, uniquely, has a cost share on hurricane protection, on building back levees after hurricanes. For Hurricane Harvey, for Hurricane Irma, for Hurricane Maria, it was 100% federal cost. In the case of Louisiana for Hurricane Katrina, we had to pay a cost share. And I'm going to say we had to repay a cost share because we paid a cost share on these projects the first time they were built when they failed and the Corps of Engineers admitted it was their fault. So this gives some flexibility for us to use credits on expenditures we have already incurred to address this deferred payment agreement. Let me say it again, Mr. Chairman. This House, this committee, have passed provisions that were even more broad than this, that ultimately were rejected, for example, in the Word of 2020 conference with the Senate. And so this is a more narrow version. It's a bipartisan amendment. I urge adoption of the amendment and yield back.
Representative Carter's recognized.
Yes, Mr. Chairman and members, I stand in full support with my colleagues, Mr. Graves. This is a matter of fundamental fairness. When the state uses its own money for federal projects, I think it's only fair that a credit be offered. This is fundamental fairness. I think it makes perfect sense, and I'd urge this committee to adopt the amendment.
Others wish to be heard? Hearing none, recognize myself. I'll oppose the amendment. I appreciate the creativity, but whenever we include language which change existing agreements for repayment of funds, then we're going to run into scoring issues. We run into scoring issues because of the stupid pay-go rule and other things, then my leadership will refuse to bring the bill to the floor. And I really want to move this bill. I understand the two gentlemen are looking out for the financial interests of their state as well as prioritizing mitigation projects the state would like to see constructed, but there's no precedent for proposal and the committee is still reviewing the implications of such a policy change. I understand the language was recently included in the Water Resources Development Act that was approved by the Senate counterparts. So we'll definitely have the opportunity to revisit this issue at a later time, and apparently they're not bound by the same stupid pay-go rules, or I don't know if they'll ever get their bill to the floor. Maybe they are too, but I want to take our bill to the floor so we can have a strong position when we negotiate with the Senate, as we did last time. And if everyone will recall, last time we had the Senate could never move the bill out of committee. I guess they got out of committee, they never went to the floor. We negotiated the bill with then Chairman Wicker to a successful conclusion. The Senate still couldn't take it up, even though we passed it unanimously as negotiated. The Senate can't take up anything, even comes out of the House unanimously. So we had to negotiate it into the omnibus appropriations, and I hope not to follow that route again. I would much prefer to get WRDA done in regular order. With that, I would oppose the amendment. Do others wish to be heard on the amendment? Representative Mast.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield my time to Mr. Graves.
Thank you. I want to thank the gentleman from Florida. Mr. Chairman, I just want to say that, number one, we had a Big Four agreement on a much more generous provision in WRDA 18. We had an agreement that actually passed in WRDA 20. This is a much more narrow provision that is limited only to fish and wildlife mitigation, only for this project. You know, I'll just say it again. If coastal Louisiana were all one large project like Everglades, for example, you could trade. In fact, WRDA 07 allows for the trading of credits among different project components. This is not precedent setting. We've done this before. I have no desire to prevent this bill from moving forward. I have no desire to prevent this bill from moving forward. But I would just ask if you would consider allowing us to do this. Let's get a score on it, figure out if the score is problematic, I'll back off. I think Mr. Carter would be willing to back off. But let us get a score on it. We have really narrowed this. It is significantly smaller than anything we've ever done before, and we've had a Big Four agreement on this twice before. I'll say it again. This is limited to fish and wildlife mitigation, which we've never done before. I'd urge you to think about this. I give you my commitment. If the score comes back off the charts, we'll revisit this. One other thing, the state of Louisiana, as you recall from WRDA 2020, we actually had to make a down payment of, I don't remember, it was like $180 million or something already. So we have already significantly reduced how much the deferred payment agreement liability is at this point, which that alone is going to reduce the score. I yield to the chair.
Okay, thank the gentleman. If the gentleman Mast reclaims his time or yields back.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, yield back.
Okay, thank the gentleman. Well, actually, in 2020, the leadership was very reluctant to bring the bill to the floor, and it involved lengthy negotiations, and finally, they did agree. I tell you what, we'll submit this to CBO, and if they say it doesn't score, then we'll put it in the bill when we go to the floor.
I appreciate the chairman working with us. Could I get a little bit more wiggle room on that commitment? I didn't say it's not going to score. I'm just saying it's not going to be off the chart. I never said it wasn't going to score.
Well, if it scores and the gentleman can get my leadership and his leadership to agree that that won't impede the bill, then I will.
How about if I will offer you an offset on our own projects.
All right, well, let us, could we then negotiate that at a later time?
Would you be
since
willing?
We have 53 amendments?
All right,
Okay.
Would you be willing, so if we offer you an offset, would that be something that you'd be willing to discuss?
Sure, we'll take a look.
right.
I don't know what the offset's going to be, and it might be something
I do.
Someone else, but let's not, could we
I
not
got
try
it,
and
I
write the
got it.
bill now? We've got 53 amendments.
All right,
And we're going to have
Okay,
the House
so
is
we're
going
going
to
to
be in.
submit this to CBO. We'll see what we get back from them, and if we can work out an offset then, or something that's acceptable in regard to scoring. Let's keep in mind, this bill has a $30 billion project in it.
Right.
So, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, does the gentleman withdraw at this point then? Okay. I thank the gentleman for withdrawing. With that, we'd move on to, next page, hold on. Page 3, Representative Mast, 117, clerk designate.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7776, offered by Mr. Mast, number 117.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in managing Lake Okeechobee, as I've talked about numerous times over the years and certainly today, there are lake regulation schedules. In a previous WRDA, we passed legislation demanding that the Corps of Engineers redo a schedule they had known as LORS, Lake Okeechobee Regulation Schedule, and they redid it to something now known as LOSM, the Lake Okeechobee System Operating Manual, and they did that because of completion of repairs of an infrastructure project, that project being the repairs of the Herbert Hoover Dike that goes around this massive lake in the state of Florida. So what this amendment would do is it would require the Army Corps of Engineers to write a revised lake regulation schedule upon the completion of two projects, one of them that I wrote the amendment for years back, the EAA Reservoir, and another one, the Lake Okeechobee Water Restoration Project, and it would require this out of that rewrite of the regulation schedule, that it reduce flows from Lake Okeechobee to the coastal estuaries, the east coast of Florida, the west coast of Florida, where basically Lake Okeechobee uses these other estuaries as its septic tank. It would require to reduce those flows to those beautiful, pristine estuaries. They're otherwise beautiful and pristine without those disgusting discharges by the amount of the new storage. So, let's say this one other way, right? Two infrastructure projects, right? One reduces, stores water in this amount, and the other stores water in this amount. They store the water. So the request is that when those infrastructure projects come online, that there be a revised lake management plan, a regulation schedule that would reduce the discharges by those volumes. This infrastructure project reduces it by this volume, so let's bring the discharges down by that much. This infrastructure project reduces the water there that would have to flow out because it's now going to be stored by this much, so let's reduce those discharges by that much. That's what it would demand out of a regulation schedule that, okay, Corps, you're coming to us, you're saying you can reduce these flows by building these infrastructure projects. Let's demand that you do it. Let's demand that you do what you will sell to us. Mr. Chairman, that's the nature of this amendment. I appreciate the time, and I yield my time.
Okay, thank the gentleman. Do others wish to be heard on the amendment? Hearing none, then I would rise in opposition to the amendment. Recognize myself such times I may consume. The amendment would direct the Corps to reopen Lake Okeechobee regulation schedule immediately upon finishing the current rewrite and potentially delay finalization until other projects in Florida are completed. I oppose the amendment, ask my colleagues do the same. Any others wish to be heard on the amendment? Are there amendments to the amendment? Hearing none, prepare yourselves. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying nay. Nay. The opinion of chair, nays have it. Nays have it. The amendment's not agreed to. We move on now to clerk will designate Representative Mast 102.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7776, offered by Mr. Mast,
Without
102.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just spoke about an amendment that would require the Army Corps of Engineers, who's asking us to authorize them to build infrastructure projects and, coming to Congress, requesting the funding for these projects, telling us that when they complete these projects, they'll be able to do new things like reduce discharges or store more water in these ways, right? Now, it's what we do is that when they have these projects come online, we rewrite the manual for how these waterways are managed. So there's an important difference between the amendment I just offered and the amendment that I'm offering right now. The last amendment required that the Corps of Engineers reduce discharges by the volume of the infrastructure project. This amendment is different in this way. It requires that there be, in fact, a rewrite of the management schedule when these projects come online. It's very common sense that we make the Corps of Engineers do this. Okay, the project is authorized, appropriated, built over a number of years. It came online. Now the Corps of Engineers has to look at the management of the waterways as a whole, the lake, the tributaries, the inflows, the outflows, what's going on with toxic algal blooms in different places, and then make those determinations about how they will manage in the future, especially responsible with two significant infrastructure projects coming online, those two being the Lake Okeechobee Watershed Restoration Project and the EAA Reservoir. The amendment would say when those projects come online, the Corps of Engineers has to write a new management schedule because those things need to be taken into consideration. If they're not taken into consideration, then we're really doing a disservice to the taxpayer that is funding these projects and to the communities that are affected very, very directly by how the Corps manages each and every one of those waterways, from drinking water to harmful toxic discharges to agricultural irrigation, and the list goes on and on. It needs to be rewritten when these significant projects come online. Mr. Chairman, I yield the remainder of my time.
I thank gentlemen. Others wish to be heard? Hearing none, recognize myself. I would oppose the gentleman's amendment. Corps needs to be able to conduct its work in Florida now based on current conditions in geography. These operations and projects are incredibly complex. Should have consensus support from all stakeholders, including the state of Florida, and we have been informed that the state of Florida is opposed to this restriction. I oppose this amendment, and
Mr. Chairman, will you yield me a moment?
I would yield to the gentleman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I wouldn't classify this as a restriction on the state of Florida. This is an opportunity for the state of Florida and the Corps of Engineers to look at infrastructure that they're partnering on, asking to be built, and really evaluating how they best implement those additional infrastructure projects. I don't think anybody in the state of Florida would look at what we just had go on in the state recently. Lake Okeechobee Regulation Schedule, the management plan, moved to Lake Okeechobee System Operating Manual. Literally thousands of public inputs across the state, stakeholder inputs across the state, talking about how it would affect them, what they'd like to see done, how things could be done better because of infrastructure being completed. That's an opportunity, and that's what we owe, in my opinion, we the people, when we're bringing these infrastructure projects online, is to reassess how we manage that. So I would ask the chairman to reconsider his support that is responsible for both the state and the federal government to reevaluate after infrastructure projects are complete, especially as you characterize them as extremely complex problems that affect a number of stakeholders. If we're not reevaluating afterwards, then I don't think we're doing justice to the completion of these projects. Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Chairman.
I thank gentlemen. With that, we would move. Are there amendments? Are there others who wish to speak to the amendment? Hearing none, are there amendments to the amendment? Hearing none, then prepare yourselves. We will move to the vote. Those in favor of the amendment will signify by saying aye. Those opposed signify by saying nay. Okay, opinion of the chair, the nays have it. Nays have it. The amendment is not agreed to. We would now move on. The clerk will designate Representative Mast 104.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7776, offered by Mr. Mast, number 104.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. The gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Public health. Public health. The health of we the people. People that are affected by management controls by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. That's what this amendment is all about. It requires the Army Corps to consider impacts. Just consider impacts on public health as they manage Lake Okeechobee for its authorized project purposes. Now, let's talk about a direct conversation about public health between the Corps of Engineers. The Corps of Engineers very literally manages Lake Okeechobee and looks at the public health on that lake. What they don't look at is the public health for where they send the water from that lake. So there's a couple of things to think about that. The Corps has literally said, well, it would be a problem if we had to consider public health both on the lake and where we send the water from the lake. That would be a conflict. Well, I could use swear words to say, yeah, no, whatever. Obviously, that would be a conflict. But if you're not considering that conflict, then what are you doing? Right? They're looking at this, and let's talk about this in terms of numbers as well. The amount of people that are recreating or living on the actual body of Lake Okeechobee is a fraction of the amount of people than what are affected by where they send the waters out of Lake Okeechobee. There are far more people, far more Floridians impacted by where the water is sent out of Lake Okeechobee. That's just a fact. And so to not consider that public health because the Corps is worried that there would be a conflict between having to consider public health in location A and public health in location B, that's nonsensical and it's irresponsible. So this is where we're asking that we make them consider public health impacts as they manage Lake Okeechobee, very specifically for its authorized project purposes in this project as a whole. It's important because they decide, the Corps of Engineers decides where they send the water. They decide if they send the water out to public beaches or public parks or to neighborhoods, or decide if they send the water more towards rural agricultural fields. That's a decision that they make. They decide how much water they send, whether they're going to send 1 million gallons a minute or 10 million gallons a minute out to epicenters of population, affecting very literally their public health, especially when we've talked about already algal blooms to the tune of 800 parts per billion, microcystin, liver damage. We talked about a child in one case in another location needing a liver transplant because of these kind of harmful algal blooms that they transport in one place to another. The Corps of Engineers decides how high or low that they keep these lakes. They decide what time of year they're going to send water. They are directly involved in public health, but they're not wanting to actually, in statute, consider public health. And that's something that we need to demand out of them. It's part of justice. It's part of justice for any community, especially communities that are getting dumped on with toxic water year after year after year. 9 out of 12 years, I've received these toxic discharges into my community. That's not a once-in-a-while problem. That's a damn near every year problem, and the public health of this is not considered. We need to make the Corps consider it. Mr. Chairman, I hope that you will consider supporting this legislation for public health. Very simple, just Corps of Engineers, just consider public health. And in that, Mr. Chairman, I yield my time.
I thank the gentleman. Others wish to be heard on the amendment. Hearing none, I recognize blue-green algae is a significant threat, and it is becoming widespread in the United States. There's a particularly concentrated problem here. At this point, there are many stakeholders in the state. Other members have particular concerns. Non-federal interests are involved, and this would prioritize public health over on all other Army Corps operations, Central Southern Florida, flood control,
Will you yield, Mr.
navigation,
Chairman?
water supply, and others. I would yield briefly to the gentleman.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would say, I think that's a mischaracterization that's been given. I'm not asking that public health be put above anything, and the amendment doesnn't demand that it be put, it just asks that it be considered alongside other project purposes, alongside the health of the public. If we vote against this or don't allow this, then we're saying public health doesn't get to be considered even as equally as recreation or navigation or preventing saltwater intrusion or, this is a public good, and not asking that it be above, just asking that it be considered alongside. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman. I have the language in front of me, and it says, the Secretary shall modify water infrastructure management in Central Southern Florida to ensure public health shall overlay all authorized project purposes, and then he goes on to list all the other purposes. And I do believe the language is problematic as written, and therefore I would still oppose the amendment. With that, do others wish to be heard? Hearing none, are there amendments to the amendment? Well, I tell you what, if the gentleman will work with Representative Webster and the state of Florida and have a discussion about, this addition without it being a mandate or overriding other things, and you guys can work that out, then we would be happy to consider putting in the manager's amendment to go to the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay?
Thank you for your commitment.
What's that? Okay, all right. Does the gentleman still wish to proceed to a vote? Okay. Okay, all right. I thank the gentleman. I thank him for offering to work with his colleague and hopefully to come to some consensus. We would move to the next amendment, which would be the clerk will designate Mass 105.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7776, offered by Mr. Mass, number 105.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is an extremely important amendment. It directs the Army Corps of Engineers to develop a hazardous duty pay policy for civilian and military personnel exposed to harmful algal blooms at Lake Okeechobee. So I have a picture here, and this is, one of our lock and dam structures. All of the green that you see here, those are toxic algal blooms measuring significantly above the toxic level. We're not talking about a little bit. We're talking about the individuals working directly on these locks and dams, surrounded by them for hours in a day, 8-10 hours a day, breathing it in all day long. And you think about what they're exposed to. I've been out there during, literally, when this photo was taken. And when you're out there, you can't breathe. Everybody out there is trying to find places to get inside, to get away from the odor of it, number one. You're spitting. Everybody that's in a room together is spitting constantly to get the taste and the particulate of these off-gassing toxic algal blooms out of their mouth. You come away after a few minutes with a headache. Your clothes will smell of it for the rest of the day, and when you take a shower at the end of the night, you'll smell it in the water leaching out of you. That's just what I experience being out there from time to time as I visit these toxic algal blooms. We're talking about individuals, military and civilian Corps of Engineers personnel in uniform that are sitting on top of this 8-10 hours a day, day after day after day after day. Now, I was in the military. I damn near gave my life in the military. We authorize hazardous duty pays in a number of circumstances because of the hazardous duty that is associated with what you're doing. And this amendment is asking that we look to tell the Army Corps that they shall develop hazardous duty pay policy for civilian and military personnel that are exposed to this, what you see in this picture, day after day, that the Secretary will use a hazardous duty pay policy already established in law for military personnel, for enlisted Corps staff around the lake. An Office of Personnel Management will establish hazardous duty pay for civilians as well, as they do for personnel in other executive agencies. And I do want to make one other quick point on this. This is something that we looked at addressing in the National Defense Authorization Act. We asked HASC specifically to look at this, and on two sides of this, HASC said that it was the jurisdiction or granted jurisdiction of this to the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee. And if I believe, I'm not incorrect in saying, I believe the Committee of Transportation and Infrastructure asked for the jurisdiction on this issue. T&I asked for jurisdiction on determining whether there would be a hazardous duty pay for Corps of Engineer personnel, and Armed Services said, yes, T&I will have that jurisdiction. So this isn't our jurisdiction. It was asked for the jurisdiction. It was given by HASC. In that, I would ask that the chairman consider this amendment. And I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Others wish to be heard? Hearing none, I would oppose the amendment. As the gentleman knows, we worked with the minority staff and offered two different ways to address this. Since this is this is now becoming a nationwide problem, particularly intense here, but it's in other places. And the gentleman rejected both offers. I would urge him to continue to have these discussions, particularly with the ranking member. No, it's not the ranking member in this committee, with his colleague, Representative Webster, perhaps revisit those two offers and approach this in a different manner.
Mr. Chairman, if I withdrew this.
I would yield the gentleman briefly.
I would consider withdrawing this amendment if you would commit to working with me on helping our military personnel be protected, look at being protected by these harmful algal blooms. We're talking about our uniformed personnel. Can you commit to working with me on?
I would certainly commit to that, and I believe that that any and all appropriate protective equipment should be provided for people who have to work in these areas. It might even include respirators, hazmat suits, I don't know, but would be happy to work with the gentleman if he withdraws.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will withdraw.
Okay, I thank the gentleman, and the amendment's withdrawn. We're now, the clerk would designate Representative Mast 108.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7776, offered by Mr. Mass, number 108.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read. The gentleman is recognized 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I thank you for agreeing to work with me on addressing harmful algal blooms in our Corps of Engineer personnel that are exposed to it just about 10 seconds ago. This is another opportunity to work with me on that. This opportunity doesn't cost $1, and look, I'm not trying to cast, I think if people don't agree to this, they should probably be ashamed of themselves. Here's what I'm asking in this amendment. Individuals in this picture that are exposed to working in these conditions 8 or 10 hours a day in the military, that we add a letter to their file. This is something that we do in the military, right? You worked on a base that had toxic water going through the pipes. A letter goes in your file. Why does that letter go in your file? Because you don't know if 5 or 10 years down the road something's going to happen to you. You have some health effects related to that. You don't know. But if you try to go 10 years later, you're in the retirement process from the military, and you're trying to get a medical evaluation board so that you can get your disability rated, or you can have a condition going on inside of your body addressed. If you don't have a file, a letter in your file that says you were exposed to this, it is damn near impossible to get that addressed. You think about the way that our service members who were exposed to Agent Orange fought year after year after year to say, listen, I was dealing with this stuff for hours and days. I was exposed to it, and I can't get a presumptive condition for this, or I can't be considered that my cancer be related to this because nobody has any proof that I was actually exposed to this. So I'm not telling the Corps of Engineers exactly.
If the gentleman
Yes,
would suspend
Mr.
for a moment, I'm
Yes.
willing to accept the amendment if the gentleman would agree.
Do you want to say if I shut up?
Yeah. No, I didn't say that, but yeah.
I'm just saying, look, I know you, Mr. Chairman. We talk the way that we like to talk. You could say
I'm making an offer here. It has a limited time span.
I will take yes for an answer, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman. And I thank you for
all right.
an important consideration.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, without objection, the amendment is adopted. With that, we move on to the clerk will designate Mask 107.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7776, offered by Mr. Mass, number 107.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what this amendment specifically would do, it prohibits the Corps from operating a project in the future known as the Lake Okeechobee Watershed Restoration Project before a project that we authorized already have worked on for a number of years, the EAA reservoir, a much more significant project, comes online. And the reason for that is environmental groups across Florida agree that this is the most important project to be completed to affect these algal blooms, storage of water, conveyance of water to Florida's Everglades so that it doesn't get dried out and destroyed. A national park, Everglades National Park, doesn't get destroyed by the lack of water that's allowed to go into it. So if we look to move this other project, commonly known as LORIP, ahead of the EAA project, then we will be putting a number of environmental areas across Florida in danger by storing that water in that location and not allowing it to the EAA reservoir. So this would say that project needs to be online before this other project comes online for the sake of Florida's environment, the Florida Everglades, Everglades National Park, our coastal estuaries. Again, very significant project. And Mr. Chairman, I yield the remainder of my time. Thank you.
I thank the gentleman, and I would rise in opposition to the amendment. And with that, are there amendments to the amendment? Hearing none, we will move to a vote on the amendment. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed signify by saying nay. Nay.
Nay.
Opinion of the chair, the nays have it. Nays have it, the amendment's not agreed to. Page 4. We're now, the clerk will designate Perry with 607.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7776, offered by Mr. Perry, number 607.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. The gentleman is recognized 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment strikes Section 225, which authorizes $10 million for the Army Corps in consultation with the Department of Energy to assess opportunities to install and maintain PV solar panels, including floating solar panels at covered projects. The majority's desire to use Chinese slave labor-produced energy sources knows no bounds. Solar panels are ineffective, inefficient, source of energy that require significant maintenance and regular replacement to ensure any energy production over a long period of time. The USAC's track record of maintenance, including construction backlog of over $100 billion, makes it a particularly bad agency to be in charge of such a fickle and ineffective investment and equipment related. More to the point, the idea that we're using the Water Resources and Development Act to provide another $10 million in government handouts to an industry that has continually failed to prove itself worthy of any funding and is completely incapable of becoming viable in the market shows just how intellectually bankrupt this policy and this quest truly is. By infecting the entirety of government with their failed green dreams, the majority hopes to insulate the industry's failures from market forces. In effect, they seek to continue wasting taxpayer resources while their cronies get rich on the backs of our constituents. I mean, if this was efficient and could compete in the marketplace, why do we continue to have to subsidize it? If it could compete, it should, look, if it can compete, let it compete. But I don't understand why we just have to keep subsidizing it now for decades. I just don't want to stand for the continued graft. Enough is enough. Solar is either viable in the market and no longer needs federal assistance, or it is not. And we need to cut our losses and let it stand on its own, or don't stand on its own. But either way, we have to stop throwing good money after bad. We're plus $30 trillion in debt, and sooner or later, somebody's just got to call things the way they are. We just don't have money for these types of things, and we're wasting valuable resources where they could be used elsewhere and should be used elsewhere, and this is the committee jurisdiction to decide that. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield the balance.
I thank gentlemen. Those wish to be heard. Hearing none, I would oppose gentleman's amendment. This merely directs the Secretary to conduct an assessment of opportunities to install and maintain solar panels at core-owned projects and water resource development. Many of these core projects are energy users, and if the Corps determines that, this is a study, And they determined that perhaps instead of purchasing private power at great expense, I would cite the example we had in a hearing a couple years ago of a sewer district in New Jersey that decided to capture their methane and then use the methane to generate electricity, and actually is selling electricity onto the grid and save so much money they didn't need to raise rates for upgrades. This is similar. It's to investigate the opportunity with solar panels and not any sort of mandate, and there is no provision here for federal funds to be expended, merely to look for opportunities, and then the Corps would have to return to this committee or the Appropriations Committee to get the funds. Could they make the case that there's a positive cost-benefit ratio, as with all Corps projects? All Corps projects are evaluated for cost-benefit ratio, and this would be similar after the study is complete. So I would oppose the gentleman's amendment. Do others wish to be heard on the amendment? Are there amendments to the amendment? Hearing none, prepare yourselves. Those in favor would signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed signify by saying nay. Nay.
Nay.
In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested, and the vote will be postponed until sometime after midnight. With that, I don't know that that will happen, but given the floor schedule and the number of amendments we're considering, who knows? At this point, we would, the clerk would designate as Strickland 044.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute for HR 7776, offered by Ms. Strickland, number 044.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. The member is recognized for 5 minutes. Representative Strickland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your work on this legislation. I submit this amendment today to ensure that the Puget Sound Nearshore Aquatic Ecosystem Restoration Project will quickly move to the next stage. As currently written, the state of Washington, the sponsor of this project, is responsible for the full cost of relocation of a man-made structure which now stands in the way of the full aquatic ecosystem restoration. Specifically, this amendment ensures that the non-federal sponsors relocation of Highway 101, which is necessary for restoring this ecosystem, is cost shared with the federal government. My amendment makes a common sense fix to ensure that the federal government contributes their fair share to this project. Very similar language, this amendment, is included in the Senate version of the Water Resources Development Act. It leaves no ambiguity for what the Corps must do, ensuring that this project will not get lost in bureaucracy or red tape. The local Corps district recognizes the importance of this specificity and has indicated their desire and full support of inclusion of this language. Passage of this amendment will ensure timely and effective completion of this critical ecosystem restoration project. I urge passage of this amendment. Now yield back, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, gentlemen. Others wish to be heard on the amendment? Hearing none, other amendments to the amendment? Hearing none, I would support the amendment and would urge my colleagues to join me in support. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opinion of the chair, those opposed say no. Hearing none, the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The clerk will designate Graves 194.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 7776, offered by Mr. Graves of Louisiana, number 194.
Amendment, without objection, the amendment is considered as read. Gentleman is recognized 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, amendment number 194 reauthorizes the Lake Pontchartrain Restoration Program. This legislation has passed through this committee twice. It improves the efficiency of the efforts to restore the ecosystem of the lake. Not going to go through this discussion because we've talked about it twice in this committee already, but just to quickly say that we're at the bottom of one of the largest watersheds in the world, that the Bonacari spillway is an emergency relief valve for the Corps of Engineers whenever too much water is put on our state. It opens up that spillway, which then sends Mississippi River water into Lake Pontchartrain, which fundamentally changes that ecosystem. This is a sacrifice that we make for the benefit of the entire watershed, Montana, New York, Canada, and others. So this simply reauthorizes the restoration program, and it does so in a manner that improves the efficiency of the administration of the program, that is strongly supported by the executive director of this program. Mr. Chairman, I anticipate that you're gonna give me a thumbs down on this, right? I'm getting a thumbs down on this one. Is that correct?
At the moment, I would oppose the amendment, but actually, when I was doing my basic training at Keesler Air Force Base in Mississippi, I actually swam in Lake Pontchartrain. It had beautiful beaches, and I would love to get it back to that point in time. And so, you know, I would.
Mr. Chairman, I'd be willing, look, your commitment to this one's clear. We've passed it through this committee twice. I know this isn't the vehicle you want to use. I just want to continue bringing this up because this is really important, and the efficiencies that this legislation allows the administration of the program is strongly supported on a bipartisan basis by folks at home, including the executive director, with an understanding from you that we're going to continue to work to try and get this done through the process. Asking unanimous consent that amendment number 194 be withdrawn.
Okay, I thank gentlemen, and we will, and I would love to, you know, enjoy swimming again in Lake Pontchartrain before I expire. With that, the amendment is withdrawn. We would move on now to Representative Mass 109, clerk will designate.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7776 offered by Mr. Mass, number 109.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I've talked a lot into this morning about Lake Okeechobee. I've shown photos of what Lake Okeechobee looks like with these toxic algal blooms, where those toxic algal blooms are taken off of this massive lake and then channelized into what you could say is a much more concentrated space as it goes down a canal, very large canal or river waterway. It's not small. The pictures maybe don't do it justice, but it is channelized in that way. So here's what this amendment would do. It would ask that the Corps of Engineers issue public notice. Why should the Corps issue public notice about discharging the water from Lake Okeechobee that tests greater than the recreational 8 parts per billion level? Because the water is going out to where people recreate, where they fish, where they boat, where they jump off their dock and go swimming, where kids wade on the shoreline. Those are, by all classical definitions, recreating. And if you're looking at this and saying, why is the Corps responsible? Well, the Corps of Engineers, they pull the lever for these lakes. They control the lock and dam structures. They decide when they're going to send that water, how much of that water they're going to send, 1 million gallons or 10 million gallons a minute. They make that decision. The state does not control that decision, and it is responsible for them if they say, you know what, there's a risk of this being toxic, that they at least make a warning. Let the people downstream know, hey, we're the Corps of Engineers. We're sorry that we have to release this water, but you should be aware that as it releases, it did test greater than what the EPA said is toxic for recreating, and you should be aware of that. We're sending you water that tested greater than this. Just be aware. We're just trying to do good governance. We're sorry that we have to discharge this water. We don't usually get an apology from them, but let's hypothetically say that they're sorry that they have to send my community this water. But here's a warning of what could happen if you are out recreating in it. That is the request, Mr. Chairman, that if we're going to allow the government to discharge this toxic water, that we at least warn the people, or require that the Corps of Engineers warn the people downstream that are about to receive that water, hey, this is what's coming your way. It's going to hit your docks. It's going to be around your boat motors. It's going to be where your kids go fishing. You should be aware of that so that your kid doesn't have to get a liver transplant because they jump in and they go swimming like my kids do. They jump in off the docks and go swimming. So it's important. It's not something to joke about. It's the life of adults, the life of kids, and the Corps owes a warning. If they're sending toxic water, that's good governance. They owe a warning of what they are sending, in my opinion, and hopefully everybody else's opinion. Mr. Chairman, I yield the remainder of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen, and again, I certainly understand his concern about this pollution in this lake, and hope in the not-too-distant future, when we get the Everglades project done, that nobody's going to have to suffer these sorts of discharges. I find this would be problematic, implying to a flood management project, and notification at a time of flood could be, quite time sensitive. So with that, I would oppose the amendment. Do others
Would you yield a moment?
Certainly be happy to yield, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you engaging in the dialogue on the issue. The Corps of Engineers, as they look at these discharges, specifically in Florida, where it's more time sensitive, that usually comes around hurricanes. They see something coming off of Africa, they watch it crossing the Pacific, they're looking at the trajectories of where these hurricanes may hit, and they're adjusting accordingly about where and when and how much water they're going to discharge. It is not out of the sphere whatsoever that they are spending the summertime looking at the levels of toxicity on these waterways. Every year, NOAA is conducting satellite imagery of these algal blooms across the lake. Sometimes this lake is 90% covered in algal blooms. NOAA is alerting us to this throughout the year, or throughout the summertime, certainly when they're most prevalent. And then when they're alerting that there's this algal bloom present on Lake Okeechobee in this massive area, then people do go out there and they test for it. And they test, how are these algal blooms testing? Because it does matter. It matters when you consider this lake is a primary drinking water supply source for one area specifically, Okeechobee. It's their primary drinking water supply. They have to know what are the levels of toxic algae in this water. When you consider that it's a secondary drinking water supply, they have to know the levels of this. So it's not absurd for them to be able to tell us this is where it tests. And again, I think it's good governance. I thank you for the indulgence. I know you're over there debating. I thank you for hearing me out.
No, I thank you, gentlemen. And, we've got to deal with this on both sides. The inputs into the lake, again, which we dealt with many, many years ago on the then Interior Committee, now Resources. I understand the state is engaged in some upstream mitigation and that, but I still would find this problematic, as it could restrict flood control management, which, living in an area where we have those issues, not with the cyanobacteria, but where the Corps has to make very abrupt decisions regarding these things, I would still oppose the gentleman's amendment. Others wish to be heard? Hearing none. Are there amendments to the amendment? Hearing none. The question is on the amendment. Get ready. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Okay. Those opposed signify by saying no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Noes have it. And the amendment is not agreed to. A recorded vote is requested, and the vote will be postponed until a later time. The clerk will designate Jimenez 071.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7776, offered by Mr. Jimenez, number 071.
Representative Jimenez is without objection, the amendment is considered as read. The Representative Jimenez is recognized 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In Congress, it's time for us to seriously work to improve the process of our NEPA environmental reviews. We must ensure the reviews are thorough, but not unnecessarily burdensome. It's time we bring our reviews into the modern age and begin the process of digitizing documents to improve transparency and efficiency. In the private sectors of our economy, the cloud network is utilized to speed up the communications of business. At the federal government, we should be doing the same. There are no excuses for not using the available technology in order to speed up the process, especially since we're trying to get these infrastructure projects up and running as quickly as possible. Over the years, multiple presidential administrations have attempted to digitize the regulatory regimen across the federal government. Now it's time for Congress to vote to move this process ahead and help our projects run on time and on budget. Online documentation in the NEPA review process is the smart approach to maximize engagement of all agencies, stockholders, and community partners. Frankly, states and cities and counties are digitizing many of their review processes in order to expedite and get projects done much quicker and cheaper. My amendment is just one step in the right direction. It would require the Army Corps of Engineers to complete at least 10%, we're asking just for 10%, of their NEPA reviews through digital cloud-based platforms. This is the present and future of technology, and it should be for the government to review processes as well. And with that, I yield the balance.
Okay, others wish to be heard? Hearing none, I would rise in opposition to the amendment. We do need to modernize and be efficient wherever and whenever we can, but I believe this mandate that the Corps adopt certain technology for water resource development projects, of which we're putting a lot into play here, could be problematic. If the gentleman would be interested in withdrawing it, we could continue to discuss the adoption of appropriate technology by the Corps to aid in the efficient and effective development and review of any and all future water projects.
Would the chairman yield?
I would yield to the gentleman.
Mr. Chairman, I'll if you are open to discuss this issue, but to be frank with you, I mean, we're just asking 10% of the review to be digitized, and like I said, where I came from, we took steps to streamline processes and help the private sector and the public actually have more access to the process themselves and speed it up, and we found tremendous success. But if you agree to look at it and see how we can push the federal government in this direction, I'm afraid that if we don't, it'll never happen, and we're going to be stuck in the 19th century. But with your acquiescence, then yeah, I will withdraw the item, and then we can discuss it further. Thank you.
No, I thank the gentleman. No, I want to see modernization where appropriate, when appropriate. I'm reluctant to set a particular threshold, but we'd be happy to engage with the gentleman and also in consultation with the Corps to see what plans they have that, in moving forward. So I thank the gentleman. Without objection, the amendment's considered withdrawn. We would now move to the clerk will designate Perry 608.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7776, offered by Mr. Perry, number 608.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. Representative Perry is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment simply strikes a section that adds yet another responsibility onto the plate of the Army Corps. Folks, I know Congress is now routinely discussing bills in the billions and trillions, so this is a small requirement, and it may seem like a drop in the bucket, but where I come from, this is real money to real people. The Army Corps, like many government agencies, has a construction backlog value of over $100 billion. That's a lot of money. I mean, let's face it, they're just not getting to it. And while we can debate how many of these projects are worthwhile, it seems short-sighted to prioritize hiking trails and water sports for projects that are supposed to restore ecosystems. I mean, Mr. Mast has stood here for the better part of an hour talking about the things that are plaguing his district and his folks. And I'm sure if his constituents, if his bosses had to choose between hiking trails, water sports, or clean water, I think we probably know which one that they would choose. If we're going to pay for these projects, we should support the most vital work of the Corps and not spend time assessing options for provincial paths. If states and localities want to expand options for hikers and bicyclists, that's great. They should be able to do that, but they should do that on their dime. $100 billion backlog, ladies and gentlemen. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and I yield.
I thank the gentleman for his brevity. Others wish to be heard on the amendment. Hearing none, this merely allows non-federal interest to ask the Corps to study the incorporation of public recreation amenities in ecosystem restoration projects. Many of these could provide opportunities for fishing, hunting, hiking, other sorts of things. This will not obligate any federal funds. This would just merely ask the Corps, when they're doing a project, to look at the potential for these sorts of amenities. And, so therefore I would oppose the amendment. Do others wish to be heard on the amendment? Hearing none, are there amendments to the amendment? Hearing none. Get ready. Those in favor of the amendment will signify by saying aye. Those opposed signify by saying no. No.
Oh.
Opinion of the chair. The noes have it. The clerk will designate Representative Graves 203.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7776, offered by Mr. Graves of Louisiana, number 203.
The amendment is considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the underlying bill has text that effectively directs the Corps of Engineers to do outreach to underserved communities. When you go through and you read what it does, this is all about going out and effectively advertising the Corps of Engineers services. Mr. Chairman, I don't necessarily have a problem with it, but the deal is as we well know, the Corps of Engineers already, and you said this before, we have a $100 billion backlog in Corps of Engineer projects. I'm not sure that we want to go out and go add a ton more to their plate if the projects don't have a federal interest. So it's a very simple amendment, and it just says, fine, you want to go out and you want to go do outreach and public awareness and education, that's fine, but you've got to make sure that what you're doing ties back to actual activities that have a federal interest. I've got another amendment later on in this bill where the Corps is talking about offering effectively planning assistance, which the way that I read it, it sounds like that the Corps of Engineers is going to be the public works directors for our local counties, parishes, and cities and towns. And similarly, we just got to make sure that there's actually a federal interest here. Otherwise, we don't need to be distracting federal taxpayer dollars and federal resources within agencies working on things where there's not a federal nexus. What about state governments? What about local governments actually carrying out their own responsibilities? So with that, Mr. Chairman, I do believe this is more of a technical amendment, but I would urge your support and yield back.
Do others wish to be heard? Hearing none, I recognize myself. Okay. Representative Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wish to be heard, and I want to be placed on the record, or let the record reflect that I actually support for once a Graves amendment, but I do want to say that it's not fine that you do all this advertising and outreach when you can't afford the things that you have, the responsibilities that you currently have, and you can't afford them. You don't go out looking for more responsibilities. You clean up the mess that you currently have and then go out. So I just want to, inform Mr. Graves, his heart's in the right place, but and be on the record for once supporting a Graves amendment. It's tough to do it, but on this occasion, and with that, I'll yield back, Mr.
Did that just kill it?
Well, given that earth-shattering announcement, I would continue to oppose the amendment despite the extraordinary events that just unfolded. This would place a condition on the efforts of the Corps to conduct outreach, raise awareness to rural and urban and economically disadvantaged communities of its ability to provide technical assistance and advance projects under continuing authorities. I think many of you heard, I have, Corps is very active in my state, and those of you who have Corps active in your state or in your district, you hear generally after the fact or whatever, wait a minute, the Corps, we didn't know anything about this. This is going to impact, us in ways that, we don't know. So, I don't want to limit that at this point in time. You know, this is at odds with the traditional project delivery process, which begins with an initial feasibility phase study, and then there is a federal interest determination done before proceeding to build a project. You know, the Corps and the non-federal interests need to communicate effectively as these things are developed before it's determined it's in the federal interest to move forward. I think this would set us back in terms of making the Corps a little more responsive to local communities and would oppose the amendment. Others which should be heard. Hearing none. Then are there amendments to the amendment? Hearing none. Then prepare yourselves. Ready? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed signify by saying nay. Nay. Opinion of the chair, the nays have it. Nays have it. The amendment is not agreed to. The clerk will designate mast 110.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7776, offered by Mr. Mast, number 110.
The amendment is considered, without objection, amendment is considered as read. Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, before I begin, I just want to return some lost items. I don't know why they're on my desk, but I think Mr. Graves left his box of crayons and some amendment he was working on. Graves, 611, something about Rodney Davis. It's got a picture of you guys holding hands or something. I don't know why you guys do it in crayon, but there's your stuff back. Just don't leave your stuff on my desk. So, can I work on my amendment now? Thank you. Appreciate it. Yes, stop leaving your stuff over here. So I have an amendment. It requires the Corps to consider the effects of Lake Okeechobee regulation schedule on recreation in the estuaries. That's where water gets dumped, toxic water gets dumped, east of Lake Okeechobee and west of Lake Okeechobee, in addition to recreation on Lake Okeechobee, right? So this is just simply a fairness issue. It doesn't say please consider one over the other. It says there's recreation on Lake Okeechobee, there's recreation on Florida's west coast in places like Sanibel, Captiva, Fort Myers. There's recreation on Florida's east coast in places like Stewart. But when the Corps of Engineers was doing their regulation schedule, they literally only considered recreation on Lake Okeechobee. That's just being naive and stupid to say we're going to take water out of this body and we'll send it to other places, but we won't consider the effect on these other places. It's nonsensical. I do represent both of these locations. I represent a portion of Lake Okeechobee, and I represent some of where this water is discharged. So it's simply to say we need to have a fairness in how the Corps is looking at these things on an equal playing field, even though you could probably argue that the coastal estuaries maybe should be looked at higher. There's a higher population. Not asking for that. I'm just asking that they be considered alongside. The Corps consider the effects of the lake regulation schedule on recreation in the estuaries east and west of Lake O and on Lake Okeechobee itself. Equality, fairness, justice. Let's see if we can have that happen in this particular amendment. In that, Madam Chairwoman, I appreciate the indulgence and I yield the remainder of my time.
I thank the gentleman, and do any of the members wish to be recognized to speak on the amendment? Hearing none. I recognize myself in opposition to the gentleman's amendment. Amendment would direct the Secretary to consider recreation as the purpose of the Comprehensive Everglades Restoration Plan to SERP and adjust Lake Okeechobee water release schedules in accordance. In essence, the gentleman is asking that SERP, a plan that has been in place for almost 20 years, be reopened and expanded to include recreation. In addition, the amendment includes consideration of Lake Okeechobee releases, effects on recreation in other parts of Florida, potentially diverting water away from SERP. This amendment would fail to address concerns raised by other members of this committee related to the water needs south of Lake Okeechobee. While preserving recreation is a laudable goal, the focus of SERP is to restore the Everglades system, not increase recreation throughout all South Florida. I oppose the amendment and ask my colleagues to do the same.
Would you yield, Madam Chairwoman, for a moment?
Briefly?
Yes, ma'am. I appreciate allowing me to speak a little bit further on this. I know there are concerns for water south of Lake Okeechobee. The concern is they want more water south of Lake Okeechobee. They want it for irrigation of the Everglades agricultural area. They receive about 780 billion gallons of water permitted to them a year. That's an astronomical number. Now, asking them to consider just recreation equally, like right now, they're not considering recreation at all where they dump this water. That's just an issue that's not right. If they did consider that recreation, it would actually very likely result in more water. If the water isn't coming out to my area, that's more water to go south to the area that they want that water for. If you're not dumping it out to the coast, then they get to have it. But even beyond that, again, I would say it's very much an issue of fairness. It would not be right to create a schedule and only consider recreation in an area that is used for recreation significantly less than the area that is used for recreation significantly more. So again, I would just ask for your reconsideration of it. It would actually get more water to those that are concerned about it, and it would create an element of fairness.
The fairness would be for the rest of the southern Florida to consider. Are there any amendments to the amendment? Seeing none, the chair recognizes. If not, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor, get ready to vote, saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. No.
Oh.
The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Request a recorded vote, Madam Chairwoman.
The recorded vote was requested be postponed until a later time. The next amendment is Perry 611.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7776, offered by Mr. Perry, number 611.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I recognize Mr. Perry to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment strikes the ability for a non-federal interest to request a preliminary analysis before even executing a cost-sharing agreement, which means our constituents are left holding the bag. This isn't just a simple cost estimate. This analysis would include costs, benefits, environmental impacts, and the cost and benefits of the actual feasibility study. Though the bill sponsors were willing to cap the cost of analysis at $200,000, they explicitly hand the entire cost to the federal government and exclude said dollar amount from overall federal cost. If you look through this bill, we are giving away money to every corner of the United States in maintenance and construction for projects like levees, shoreline restoration and jetties, and environmental restoration. The least a state or a locality can do is carry out their own preliminary analysis to see if their project is even worth investing in. If they don't have enough money to do that, they clearly won't be able to foot the bill for regular upkeep and maintenance. This provision only encourages more wasteful spending down the line, as these jurisdictions will have to come back to the federal government and beg for their levees to be fixed or whatever project it is that they can't afford the analysis on. So again, this is just trying to make sure that we spend money appropriately, we are prioritize appropriately, and those who wish to seek a federal share, in this case, in many cases, 100%, have some skin in the game, have some ability to pay for what they get as opposed to being dependent on the federal government to continue to maintain whatever construction occurs. With that, I urge colleagues to support the amendment, and I yield the balance.
Thank the gentleman for his brevity. Do any of the members wish to be recognized to speak on the amendment? Seeing none, are there any amendments to the amendment? I yield myself 5 minutes. I oppose this amendment. The amendment strikes section 108 of the bill, which allows the court to utilize a preliminary analysis phase prior to a formal feasibility study. We eliminated the recognition phase in WARDA 14 due to Republic desire to streamline. In the same law, we created 3x3x3 framework for feasibility studies. Although 3x3x3 has proven effective, In keeping the projects moving through the core process, the reconnaissance phase did serve an important purpose of the initial scoping, cost analysis, and identification of opportunities for smaller or separate solutions. This preliminary analysis phase, which the gentleman seeks to eliminate, is a direct response to members, non-federal sponsors, and the Corps. Project sponsors want an idea of their financial investment as cost-share partners, and the Corps needs to know as early as possible if a project is going to exceed 3 years or $3 million for the feasibility study alone. This is good policy, and it's up to non-federal sponsor to request, and comes with costs and time limits of its own. I support the common sense opinion in the core process, and for these reasons, I must urge a no vote on this amendment. Are there any amendments? Are there any amendments to the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor will signify by saying aye. Those opposed say no. No.
No.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. The record. Next one is. The next amendment is Mast 111.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7776, offered by Mr. Mass, number 111.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I recognize Mr. Mast to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. An important amendment for anybody that needs water, which is pretty much all of us. And this is important for Representative Perry to listen to, because it's actually a proposal to save a few dollars for the Corps of Engineers, which is, he cares about a great deal, as we all do. So this amendment specifically would tell the Corps of Engineers that they may not fund the spraying of glyphosate on sources of public drinking water, right? Now let's think about glyphosate, Roundup, largest lawsuit in the history of our country. I want to say it was $11 billion or something like that, that it was settled for cases of lymphoma and other problems as well associated with Roundup. We have a specific problem in Florida where Roundup is sprayed off of boats with sprayers on a daily basis into primary drinking water supply water bodies and secondary drinking water supply water bodies. You read the labels of Roundup or glyphosate or these other chemicals, aquathol, endothol, and it says, wear an apron if you're operating, a sprayer for these. Wear rubber gloves. Don't get it in your eyes. Harmful or fatal if swallowed. These are the things that are going to happen to your liver or your kidneys if you ingest these items. But we're going to allow them or actually fund the Corps of Engineers to spray this product that is responsible for the largest lawsuit in our country onto our drinking water supply sources. So again, this amendment, the Corps may not fund the spraying of glyphosate on sources of public drinking water. I would think that every single one of our constituents would say, yes, please don't spray Roundup on my drinking water. If anybody in here could find a constituent that would say, please spray Roundup on my drinking water, I would love to speak to them. I don't think any of us have any of them. In that, Madam Chairwoman, I yield my time.
Thank you for yielding, sir. Do any of the members wish to be recognized to speak on the amendment? Are there amendments to the amendment? I will recognize myself because we oppose the gentleman's amendment. The amendment would prohibit Corps funds from being used to apply glyphosate or Roundup on water bodies that serve as drinking water sources. Glyphosate remains one tool of many that the Corps may use as a herbicide nationwide. This amendment was drafted so broadly it would apply to Corps' control of aquatic plant growth across the country, which includes controlling and preventing invasive plant species. Further, preventing the Corps from using glyphosate does not prevent other users from using it throughout Florida, including the state or other local entities. I understand the state of Florida is opposed to this restriction. We oppose the amendment as my colleagues do the same. Be ready. Are there any amendments to the amendment? Seeing none? Get ready?
Madam Chair,
Yes,
I wish to be recognized,
you're so recognized, sir.
and I would like to yield some time to my friend from California, or Florida, Mr. Matt.
All right.
Whoa, California. All right. Madam.
They sprayed glyphosate on my drinking water, maybe.
Yeah, you've been drinking glyphosate. So, no, thank you for yielding me the time. Madam Chairwoman, I appreciate the dialogue on this. We're talking about the water that we drink and the largest lawsuit in the history of our country, and a carcinogen, something that causes cancer. This isn't a secret to any of us. And yes, it wouldn't prohibit other entities from using glyphosate. That is 100% true. But we are the U.S. Congress, and we are the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, and we are doing a bill specifically related to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. It would, you could argue, be nonsensical to talk about prohibiting glyphosate in entities outside of the Corps of Engineers, because that's not what this bill is for. This bill is for the Army Corps of Engineers, so it makes sense, in my opinion, my humble opinion, that we talk about whether the Corps should or should not fund spraying glyphosate on drinking water. I don't think, and again, everybody's entitled to their own vote, that the Corps, the government, should pay to spray this toxin on drinking water. I wouldn't drink it. If you told me, hey, that was just sprayed on the water that I'm going to drink, I wouldn't, and I don't know who would. And I think it's certainly relevant in us protecting our constituency. I thank Mr. Westerman for yielding me some time, and I certainly give him his time back.
And I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen, for yielding back. Are there any amendments to the amendment? If not, get ready for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No.
No.
The noes have it, the amendment is not agreed to. A recorded vote has requested and be postponed until a later time. The next amendment will be Mr. Graves, 207.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7776, offered by Mr. Graves of Louisiana, number 207.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I recognize Mr. Graves to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Staff 005 or 207?
It's 005.
005 or 207?
Crediting provision.
Yeah, that's 005, according to this.
It's the same.
All right. Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, thank you. This amendment, it really fixes something that where our non-federal sponsors have been delivered an injustice by the Corps of Engineers and candidly by this Congress. The Water Resources Development Act of 2000 authorized the Morganza to the Gulf project in 2000, and it was a contingent authorization. And it said that if the Corps of Engineers finished the report by December 31st of that year, that the project would be authorized. Madam Chair, the report was supposed to be finished, and I think it was initially 96, then it was 98, then it was 99, then they told us 2000. So Congress authorized the project for construction, and we used to do what's called a contingent authorization. It said if the report's finished by December 31st of that year, that it would be, then the Corps could move forward on construction. What ended up happening is that the Corps missed the deadline. Well, just like the Corps misses the deadline for every single thing that they do. They missed the deadline. So I understand at that point, the project isn't authorized for construction. However, subsection B of the provision said that any work that's carried out as of March 31st of 1989 should be available for credit. I remind you, non-federal sponsors and the Corps of Engineers work together, and it says that any work that's done after March 31st, 1989 should be available for credit. Madam Chair, just because the Corps of Engineers missed the deadline, our constituents had to suffer and have been through billions of dollars in damages because of the Corps of Engineers' lack of ability to actually finish a single project on time or even a report on time. I don't know why we would double penalize the non-federal sponsor. So all this does is ensure that what current law says, which is subsection B of that provision, still applies. That anything that was done that's complementary to the project as of March 31st, 1989 is still eligible for credit. Let me say it again. This is current law. Just because the Corps missed the deadline, they shouldn't jettison the crediting provision that's in here. So yes, somebody's going to come in and say, well, but later on we amended section 221 regarding crediting, and we said that you had to have an agreement in place before you were able to get credit for anything. Well, that's fine, but none of that was in place back when this was enacted and when we said they got credit retroactively to March 31st, 1989. So I'll say it again. This provision simply codifies what is existing law and ensure it applies to the same project. And we should not be penalizing our non-federal sponsors because of the inability of the Corps of Engineers to meet deadlines. Urge adoption of the amendment and yield back.
Madam Chair, may I be recognized?
Yes, sir, you're recognized.
Van Drew.
5 minutes, Van Drew.
It's fine. Madam Chair, I was also told that this would be a good opportunity for me to just speak about the bill for a couple of minutes. First of all, I wanted to speak about this amendment, 05. I agree with Mr. Graves. It's common sense. It's the right thing to do. I think this should be a no-brainer. You're welcome. I speak in support of the legislation as well. This Water Resources Development Act of 2022, which authorizes the activities of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers for the next 2 years. In my district, the southern part of New Jersey has over 150 miles of shoreline and a half a dozen rivers. Our community's way of life depends on the Army Corps keeping our waterways clear and keeping them safe. I am proud to have worked with this committee and the Army Corps to secure both projects and policies in this legislation. The Water Resources Bill includes project studies to increase the federally authorized depth of both the Morris River and the Salem River located on the New Jersey Bayshore. In 2022 budget, we secured $4.1 million to secure and dredge the Morris River. Shipyards on the Morris River service the United States Coast Guard, the Army Corps, the New Jersey State Police, and the shellfish business as well. That have been seriously impacted by this clogged channel. Dredging will occur this fall for the first time in a quarter of a century. We should not stop there. We should increase the depth of the Morris River so that local businesses can serve larger vessels. There is latent demand for these services, with local businesses having to turn down large contracts due to the river not being deep enough, and that's no way to get the economy going. Increasing the depth of the Morris River will provide tremendous operational and economic benefits to the United States. The Salem River and the Port of Salem is likewise primed for economic growth. For years, the Port of Salem has asked that the depth of the river be increased to facilitate businesses like grain and sand, and most importantly, shipping. I'm glad to begin the process of deepening the Salem River through this legislation. These project studies are wins for the United States of America. They're wins for New Jersey, and most of all, wins for South Jersey. And we're working with the Army Corps to move these studies forward so that we may authorize full projects in the 2024 Water Resources Bill. Also included in this legislation is the policy to develop a national strategic plan on the beneficial use of dredged materials. And Representative Perry, that is a way to save a ton of money for local governments, for state government, for federal government. Beneficial use is the future of maritime infrastructure. One of the biggest problems with dredging is what do you do with the dredge? Continual problem for decades. Beneficial use leverages materials for purposes such as ecosystem restoration and coastal resilience. It increases project benefits and it decreases costs. Let me say that again, it decreases costs. Unfortunately, regulatory red tape and interagency conflicts so often happen, and they're impeding the Army Corps from accomplishing its statutory objective of maximizing the beneficial use of dredge materials. This policy equips the Army Corps to identify the red tape and work with the Congress to improve regulations so that the United States can fully leverage beneficial use techniques. This is the future, it's important, it's less expensive, and it's better. The bipartisan policy will position Congress to eliminate government red tape, save taxpayers millions of dollars, and provide massive environmental benefits. I look forward to working with the Army Corps, we all do, on implementing this strategic plan on the beneficial use of dredged materials. This legislation, the Water Resources Act of 2022, is a big win for all of us. It's a big win for New Jersey and South Jersey, and I support, in general, favorably reporting this bill from committee to be considered by the House, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Van Drew. The gentleman yields back. Do any of the members wish to be recognized on this amendment? Seeing none. I oppose the amendment. I recognize myself because we oppose the amendments offered by the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Graves. I understand the intent of the amendment is to make eligible for credit or reimbursement several elements of the Morganza to the Gulf project that were carried out outside of a written agreement between the Corps and the non-federal sponsor. That obligation for creditable elements to be part of a written agreement is a protection for the federal government and for taxpayers that items provided by a non-federal interest comply with all applicable federal laws that relate to the project construction, including Davis-Bacon Act, and also ensures that these elements are integral to the project. At this time, we do not know whether these elements the gentleman is trying to make eligible for credit comply with the federal requirements. I commit to continue to work with the gentleman, and should we learn that these elements did comply with the requirements of federal law, including Davis-Bacon, we can revisit the issue.
Will the gentlewoman yield?
Briefly?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, look, the provision, I understand your concern. I understand you read what the staff wrote for you. The existing law doesn't say anything about an agreement. This is existing law. It says the secretary shall credit toward the non-federal share of the cost of the project, the cost of work carried out by the non-federal interest for interim flood protection after March 31st, 1989, if the secretary determines that the work is integral to the project. It already provides a safety there. It provides insurance that this is not wasted money. I understand that folks are saying, oh, well, there's not a written agreement. You're right, because the written agreement requirement was not put into the law until, what was it, 6 years later, 7 years later? So how could somebody anticipate that they needed to do something that wasn't put into the law until 7 years later? It's not a rational thought or objection to this. Look, if I get it, if y'all are going to object, but I'll withdraw and work with you on it, but that line is just, it doesn't hold water. It doesn't. This is existing law that we've already had this debate. And to come in and we're now moving the goal line. And you're subjecting the non-federal sponsors and these people to additional problem scrutiny hoops that they can't go back and do because you've changed the law after the fact. This is just unreasonable. This is absolutely unreasonable. And you're getting bad advice. I told you I'd withdraw because you said you'd work with us, but I'm going to say it again. I think this is entirely an unreasonable position that the chair is trying to hold right now.
Does the gentleman withdraw? Thank you, sir. Are there any amendments to the amendment? Seeing none? He withdrew the amendment. We will now go to Garamendi, 164. Mr. Garamendi, you have 5 minutes.
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7776, offered by Mr. Garamendi, number 164.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I recognize Mr. Garamendi for speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Having listened very closely to Mr. Graves of Louisiana and his frustration, I decided to try to reduce my frustration, but I can't. We have been trying to get the Corps of Engineers to address an issue in which they refuse to report to us how they are implementing the small business requirements that they must carry out under the law. There's considerable concern that they are not spreading the small business requirement out amongst all of their lines of work, but rather simply piling all of those requirements into one line of work, the dredging programs. That doesn't make any sense for two reasons. One, it has severe impact on dredgers, and more importantly, it denies small businesses the opportunities to operate or to have contracts and to take part in all of the activities that the Corps of Engineers must undertake. We've been working at this in the last 3 years. 18 months ago, we were to receive a report, and here we are, frustrated. Not yet angry, but if it goes on any longer, I think anger will replace frustration. So for the Corps of Engineers, why don't you give us the report? Well, this would simply say, please, this would say, God damn it, give us the report, and do it now. Unfortunately, I don't think I have the necessary support to make this happen. But if anybody else would like to comment on their frustration on this issue or any other, perhaps an opportunity arises. So after hearing from anybody else that wants to comment, then I will.
Gentleman recognizes.
Madam Chair, I would just note that I have been a witness to, although not the subject of Mr. Garamendi's anger. So I would advise the Corps of Engineers to provide the good gentleman from California what he seeks.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
May I be recognized?
Any other members wish to be recognized? Mr. Van Drew.
Just briefly, I wanted to say that, you know, I've had the pleasure and sometimes not so much pleasure of working with the Army Corps. And I think one of the things, and I know many people have tried to work on it, and I think the Army Corps in certain instances also would like to achieve this goal of, in very simple words, the thing we always talk about, reducing red tape, reducing the complication, reducing just the thickness of the bureaucracy. And some of it very well can be their fault. Some of it very well is not their fault, and it's the system we've set up. So as somebody who lives in an area that's coastal completely, I can understand his concern, and I think we all hope that he achieves his goal here. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Do any other members wish to be recognized to speak on the amendment?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Rouser, you recognize 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As members know, today's legislation comes before the committee after a thorough bipartisan process and in accordance with the Big Four agreement. I appreciate the gentleman's work here, but unfortunately I cannot support this provision at the time, and I'm told by our stellar staff over here that this is already in law and should be enforced. So you might want to visit with our staff over here and get the lowdown on what's in current law. That's what I've been informed.
If I might,
I yield.
Thank you. I'm well aware of the current law. The problem is the Army Corps of Engineers is not spreading the small business requirement to all of its lines of work. But there's some evidence that they are using the small business requirement in one line of work, specifically the dredging line. That denies many different types of businesses across the country the opportunity to participate. What we need is information from the Corps of Engineers whether my suspicion of what is happening is accurate or not. And with that, I will withdraw.
Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, sir. Gentleman withdraws the amendment. And we'll move on to Mast. Mr. Mast, 112.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7776, offered by Mr. Mass, number 112.
The clerk would designate the amendment. Okay. Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I recognize Mr. Mass to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I would ask the indulgence of everybody on this committee to give great consideration to this respectfully. It doesn't concern any of you. It concerns people that were working at the Port Mayaka Lock and Dam in May of 2021 when I visited there, when they were surrounded by toxic algal blooms, literally, and complaining to me about the conditions that they were in, both colonels and generals on site at that time on that lock and dam. And I had asked that those military leaders, those officers, those general officers, investigate and report that issue. And to date, my understanding is that there has been made no mention by those officers present, no report filed by those officers present about the conditions that day, the conditions that their staff were working in, both uniformed and civilian, though they were asked to do so, and though the conditions were unbearable in a toxic sense, not unbearable weather where they were getting wet, not unbearable hot, though it was very hot out there that day, unbearable, toxic, you couldn't breathe, you couldn't breathe even inside of a building. On that particular day, everybody tried to go out onto this lock and dam to view some of what was going on, and probably halfway out to walking out onto this lock and dam, everybody decided, let's try to go do this meeting inside because it was so unbearable in terms of the conditions. Went inside, and the conditions inside of this building, inside of this structure, were equally unbearable. You couldn't breathe, you couldn't function, you couldn't think, your head was pounding inside of there. And so this is an issue that really is directly related to a specific event that really nobody else in here knows about, that it is appropriate that the Office of Inspector General investigate. And that's the purpose of that investigation, right? To find out the facts of that and what was going on. So I would ask for the support of this committee to investigate that particular visit, where both colonels and general officers were present, in addition to other staff, both officer and enlisted and civilian staff, in unbearable conditions. And in that, I yield my time, Madam Chairwoman.
Gentleman yields back. Thank you. Anybody else wish to be recognized on this amendment? Seeing none, I recognize myself. We oppose the gentleman's amendment. Amendment would direct the Corps of Engineers Inspector General to investigate the Corps' action related to a very specific incident of personnel exposure to algal blooms. First, it is not the duty of Congress to direct the work of any Inspector General in such a specific and outcome-determinative way. I think we all are well aware of the gentleman's concerns about the harmful algal bloom in Florida. Corps leadership has been consistent in stating its health and safety requirements and compliance with regulations concerning well-being of employees. However, if the gentleman were to request that in writing, in a letter to the OIG, I'm sure they would look into this, and we would be glad to follow up with him. I oppose this amendment and ask that my colleagues do the same.
Would you give me a moment, Madam Chairwoman?
Briefly.
Thank you. In your rebuttal, you say, and I think you are sincere in this, that you believe that if I submitted them a letter in writing, that they would look into this issue. I have requested. That's why this is at this point. I have requested immediately at that time, as we were on the ground, that they look into those conditions. I requested after that. I requested numerous times. They have been unwilling to look into this. I think you could call that cover-up. You know, if there are unbearable conditions and the leadership is unwilling to look at those conditions that are affecting their personnel, number one, they're terrible leaders, but number two, they are covering something up if they're unwilling to look at it. And I would just ask that, saying that it is at this point that you would reconsider your support for it. I have gone through the other avenues to try and get them to look into it.
The gentleman yields. Any other members wish to be recognized on this amendment? I hear none. Are there amendments to the amendment? I hear none. If the question is to amendments, all in favor will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. We go to Garamendi. Recorded vote has been requested and will be postponed until later time. We go to Garamendi 166. Mr. Garamendi recognized for 5 minutes. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7776, offered by Mr. Garamendi, number 166.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I recognize Mr. Garamendi to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes. You recognize Mr. Garamendi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I won't take 5 minutes on this, but I want to point out to the committee that in recent legislation, we have been expanding the Buy America requirements to strengthen the American economy and to make sure that as much as possible that the American taxpayer dollars will be spent on American goods and services and employment by Americans. We discovered as time went by over the last several months that 2 loopholes were not closed in the previous legislation. These have to do with Section 204 of the 1986 WRDA Act and Section 1043 of the 2014 WRDA Act. So the Buy American requirements do not apply in those situations where the Corps of Engineers has offered a contract to a non-government entity. There was an attempt to write the Buy America requirements into the actual contract between the Corps and the entity, but that was found to not be viable. This amendment simply closes that. And so if my colleagues on this committee believe that American taxpayer dollars should best be spent on American goods and Americans who make those things, as well as carry out the project itself, rather than the Chinese, then they ought to be voting for this amendment. So that's the amendment, very simple. The intent of the law was clear, but in writing it, we missed 2 important but obscure sections of the existing laws. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Do other members wish to be recognized to speak on the amendment?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Rouser, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment from Mr. Garamendi represents, I think, a very good idea that I hope we can work on as the process moves forward. However, as members know, today's legislation comes before the committee after a thorough bipartisan process and in accordance with the Big Four agreement. So therefore, I must oppose the amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Do any other members wish to be recognized to speak on the amendment? Seeing none. Are there amendments to the amendment? Seeing none. If not, the question is on the amendments. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. 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 The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. We go on to Mr. Garrett Graves, 204. Oh, yes. Mr. Garamendi, understand you have amendments for en bloc. Would you tell the clerk which ones they are, please?
Madam Chair, I ask unanimous consent to withdraw amendment number 52, which is otherwise staff 008.
Without objection, so ordered.
I just plan on continuing to discuss that as we move forward. Madam Chair, I ask unanimous consent that amendment number Graves 204, Graves, I guess it's staff 006/208, and Graves 205 be considered en bloc.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
An en bloc amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. Graves of Louisiana, numbers 204, 208, and 205.
Without objection, the amendments will be considered as read. I recognize Mr. Graves to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, number 204 addresses what I would consider a technical issue. The base text of this section talks about greater improvements to flood protection, hurricane protection, storm resilience, things along those lines, but it does not require the same qualifier for hydrologic connections. It suggests in the base text that any hydrologic connection is an improvement. I don't think that's the case. We live in managed systems, so this simply addresses a technical fix that ensures that the hydrologic connection would actually provide benefits to the community, benefits to the public, and not simply designate that any reconnection of hydrologic units would be beneficial. The second one, which is number 208, I want to thank Congresswoman Julia Ledlow that we worked with on this one, and I do appreciate the subcommittee chair's work on aquifer recharging, and the base text does include a study there. What this does is it simply ensures that agricultural interest, irrigation is brought to the table as well as a very important stakeholder and option here. Madam Chair, as you know, in both my district, yours, my state, yours, that agriculture interests are some of the largest landholders in our states, and therefore it does ensure that they're brought to the table because I think they have a lot of tools available to help with the recharging of aquifers, and I appreciate you working with us on that one. The last amendment is number 205. This is simply a GAO study, and right now there is a process within both the Corps of Engineers and FEMA that when Corps of Engineer projects hit a 50% mark, yet are able to demonstrate they have 100% of the funding available for completion, that the maps can be revised reflecting the completed project. This is an incredibly imperfect system. There's lack of efficiency in data sharing. This simply has the Government Accountability Office coming in and looking at that data sharing option, that data sharing relationship to figure out how we can improve it to make sure at the end of the day, people are being accurately given the risk assessment and not being told that they're at a different risk than they really are. I do want to thank the chairman and ranking member for working with us on this en bloc amendment. Urge adoption and yield back.
Okay, others which be heard on the en bloc? Hearing none, I'm willing to accept the en bloc amendment. Are there amendments to the amendment? Hearing none, then let's move to the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. In the opinion, those opposed say no. Opinion chair, the ayes have it. Ayes have it. The amendment's agreed to. We now clerk will designate Garamendi 162.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7776, offered by Mr. Garamendi, number 162.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. The gentleman's recognized 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I won't take 5 minutes. But if we were to approve this, we would find a significant improvement in the work that the Corps of Engineers does to environmental mitigation programs. Extremely important in my district, which is one of the most flood-related districts. We have a lot of levees. We don't have much remaining natural habitat. And what this amendment does is to allow the Army Corps of Engineers to use third-party performance contracts to meet the environmental mitigation required under the water resource development projects. This has worked extraordinarily well for the general Army Corps of Engineers projects, such as levee improvements and the like. However, the same advantage, lower costs, greater performance, faster performance, could occur in the mitigation portion of those projects. Without this new authority, the mitigation is going to be done by the Corps of Engineers, and they are notoriously and unfortunately very, very slow in carrying out that part of the overall program. Pretty simple. This is an amendment that deals with a lot of the districts that we represent. Mr. Graves in Louisiana, Mr. Babin in Texas, Ms. Mace in South Carolina, and on and on and on. I mention those because this is really a bipartisan amendment. However, the Big Four, as bipartisan as it is, didn't quite agree. So let's see if we can get this one passed.
Thank you, gentlemen. I'd recognize Mr. Rouser, ranking member, for a statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ditto to what I have said on several other occasions as amendments have been offered. Members know today's legislation comes before the committee after a thorough bipartisan process in accordance with the Big Four agreement. And so therefore, unfortunately, I cannot support the provision at this time. Urge my colleagues to vote against. I yield back.
Others wish to be heard? Hearing none, I'd speak in opposition to the amendment. Mr. Graves of Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank Mr. Garamendi for bringing up this amendment, and I know that there are other Republicans and Democrats that support this. Look, it's no secret that the Corps of Engineers both blows budgets and schedules. They have not met a budget or schedule that they've ever been given or even self-established. The model that Mr. Garamendi's amendment is trying to progress is a model that is used across the United States. The North Carolina Division of Mitigation Services, the California Department of Water Resources, Florida and Maryland are using this authority for nutrient reduction, and my home state of Louisiana uses it. Right now, for example, Mr. Chair, in the state of California on the American River Project, the mitigation proposals that are being pursued by the Corps of Engineers are 1.5 to 2 times the cost that is currently available under a pay-for-performance model that the Garamendi Amendment pursues. This does not, to be clear, does not sacrifice the environment. To the contrary, it actually results in better environmental outcomes because it improves the affordability. It actually allows you to do more for the environment. This is not an unproven tool. To the contrary, it is used across the United States. It's demonstrated the efficacy, and it doesn't take away the authority of the Corps of Engineers to use their own existing authority to mitigate on their own. I think that this is a well-thought-out amendment. I think that this deserves the committee's attention. I think this should be adopted, and it doesn't matter where you are ideologically. Hard right, hard left, this is something that enjoys bipartisan support and has been demonstrated to be successful across the United States. Again, I want to thank Mr. Garamendi for putting this amendment forward and yield him my remaining time.
Mr. Graves, I think I'm going to let you carry all of my amendments. You speak so very well and cover the issue thoroughly. I think we ought to give Mr. Rouser an opportunity to break. Well, he's about to cry when he says the four-party agreement, and he really would like to do it, but he can't do it, and maybe we really ought to do it. Mr. Rouser, I don't want to upset you, but maybe we ought to go to a vote on this. But let's see where the voice vote goes. I yield.
And yields back, rise in opposition. This would mandate that the Corps carry out statutory mitigation obligations by contracting all of those, where the legislation itself has 2 specific studies to be carried out by the USGAO related to the Corps mitigation. These studies will help inform the future committee, next Congress, to determine whether or not the actions related to ensuring the critical mitigation projects are efficiently, effectively carried out. So I would oppose the amendment. Others wish to speak to the amendment? Other amendments to the amendment? Hearing none, prepare yourselves. Those in favor will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed signify by, wait. Those opposed signify by saying Nay? Nay?
Nay.
Okay, in the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. Nays have it. Amendment's not agreed to. Okay, the clerk will designate Representative Graves 210.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 7776 offered by Mr. Graves of Louisiana, number 210.
210. Okay, the amendment is considered, without objection, the amendment is considered read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes, up to 5 minutes. What? Oh, it says staff 007. For some reason, it's written it in pencil
Thank you.
in
Okay.
210.
Yep, want to make sure which one
Yep.
I'm talking about here. So, Mr. Chairman, this is an issue related to LERDs, lands easements, right-of-ways, relocations, and disposals. Right now, under Corps of Engineer projects, as you know, in any case when there is a Corps of Engineer project, the non-federal sponsor is normally required to acquire the LERDs, again, the real estate interest. The Corps has come up with this fascinating interpretation that in any instance when the real estate is owned by another government entity, that's not considered a creditable investment. Let me give you an example. There's 1,000 acres that needs to be acquired for a project, and 900 of those acres are owned by private entities, but 100 acres of it is owned by some city or town. So in this case, the state of Louisiana would have to pay all 900 private owners. They would also have to pay that city or town for the 100 acres that they own. The Corps of Engineers will give full credit for the 900 acres. They won't give credit for the 100 acres. The state is paying for all of the land. And this is some change that the Corps of Engineers has invented, that any property that is publicly owned is no longer accreditable toward the non-federal cost share. I remind you, the non-federal interest here, whether it's the state of Louisiana, the state of Oregon, or whoever, they've got to pay to acquire the property. So if the property's donated or given, fine, don't give them credit for it. But if they have to pay for the property just like they do for any other owner, I don't know why we're discriminating against who owns the property. A very strange application of law, once again, an invented authority by the Corps of Engineers. I think this is a reasonable approach, and you know, be clear, Mr. Chair, if the property is being given, then I don't know, then that's fine. Let's not give them credit. But if they're actually paying another government entity for it, why aren't we giving them credit? I urge adoption of the amendment and yield back.
Thank you to them. Others wish to be heard? Hearing none, I would ask the gentleman to consider withdrawing. This came to us just this morning, and we haven't had an opportunity to discuss this with the Corps. It's our understanding that under Section 103 sub I, non-federal interests will receive credit for the value of a contribution of LERRDS against the non-federal share costs of a project. I'm not exactly know how this would be interpreted or what the problem is, because this should be ongoing. So if the gentleman would be willing to withdraw, we'll have a conversation with the Corps and with him before we go to the floor, and if this is a problem, we'll rectify it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that commitment, and I agree 100% with your interpretation. I think that this is a flawed approach by the Corps of Engineers. I ask unanimous consent to withdraw number 210.
Okay, without objection, an amendment is withdrawn. We now move to the clerk will designate Garamendi 169.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 7776 offered by Mr. Garamendi, number 169.
Without objection, the amendment is committed as read, and then the gentleman is recognized for up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm offering this amendment on behalf of my colleague, Congressman Ro Khanna of the South Bay area of San Francisco Bay. Apparently, a legislative fix is needed so that funds that are appropriated subsequent to the Bipartisan Budget Act of 2018, that those funds, those appropriated funds, could be used by the Corps to complete the South San Francisco Bay Shoreline Project. Without this legislative fix, the federal share of this critical shoreline protection and restoration project cannot be fully funded, even though money might be appropriated, and therefore not completed. We've worked with Mr. Khanna on this, and we would urge its adoption. There's a legislative problem where the language of the 2018 Bipartisan Budget Act basically precludes future appropriations to be used to meet the financial requirements of a project. This is not just a problem for Mr. Khanna. We've discovered in the days that we have worked on this that this is a problem for other programs that were authorized in the 2018 Bipartisan Budget Act. And with that, I yield back.
Do others wish to be heard? Hearing none, I would oppose the amendment. The amendment would change core policy on implementation of the Bipartisan Budget Act 2018, allowing the Corps to spend additional funding on the South San Francisco Shore Protection Project. While this project was considered fully funded under BBA FY18, the Corps later revised the project cost estimate to a level greater than the original cost. While the Corps suggested it cannot allocate additional federal funds to the project, this language would clarify the Corps could use any available federal funding to complete initial construction. I know the importance of this project, the region, and I certainly would commit to working with the San Francisco delegation to see what can be done to move this project forward. And I'd also encourage the members of the delegation to continue to work with the House Appropriations Committee to help resolve this issue. So at this point, I must oppose the amendment. Others wish to be heard?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, gentlemen. I recognize.
Well, if you are engaged, I'm absolutely sure that the appropriators would roll over.
I will personally, this would come, I believe, to Ms. Capter's committee, in all probability, and I would be happy to raise it with the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and with that, it's time to withdraw.
Okay, I thank the gentleman. Without objection, the amendment is. The clerk will designate Graves Staff 009.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7776, offered by Mr. Graves of Louisiana, number Staff 009.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I just want to object to the title of this one. I wrote it myself, and it bothers me that they've labeled this as a staff amendment, but in any case.
To do with the way it was submitted and the time at which it was submitted.
Hey,
so.
but it shouldn't be called a staff amendment. I wrote it. I mean, I just.
Okay, the gentleman's amendment.
Credit for intellectual
with
property.
assistance of his staff.
All right, so seriously, Mr. Chairman, thank you for the recognition. This project is no stranger to this committee. This is the Comite Diversion Project. This project dates back to 1982. It has had various authorizations in Congress, if I remember right, 4 different times. And this project it's been fully funded for 4 years now. It was supposed to be completed in December of, I believe it was last year, got extended to December of this year. Now they're talking about another year and a half. And the reason is because someone finally discovered that there was a pipeline running through there, running through the project area that provides 60% of the gas to the state of Florida. The pipeline's been there since the 1950s, and this has suddenly thrown an incredible monkey wrench in the project. It's just outrageous that we're now talking about continuing to delay this project. This project's been around since the early 80s. The pipeline's been around since the 1950s, and people can't seem to figure out how to think their way out of this thing. And so what happens is, as a result of all of this complete dysfunction, this project's being delayed, and the people are being delayed the flood protection that they deserve in this case. I'll say it again. All of the money's in the bank. It's been in the bank now for years. The design on the project has been out there for years. This project dates back to the 1980s, and it's once again a demonstration of the inability of this project development and delivery process to reflect the urgency of the projects and really the performance of the federal government that our constituents deserve. We cannot continue to allow slippage of this project. We cannot continue to subject these people to repetitive flooding. This project is a very important part of the overall resiliency for this community. And Mr. Chairman, you got two options here. Either we force the Corps to build the project and just finish it, or we're going to continue paying millions and millions of dollars in flood losses through FEMA. We should not subject citizens of this country to this kind of performance. If the Corps of Engineers did not have a monopoly on the work that they do, this wouldn't happen. Competition would have bankrupted this as a company decades and decades ago. So what the amendment does is it says you got to finish the thing in a year, period. You are required to finish it in a year. I know it's not a graceful solution, but we cannot continue to have the schedule slippage. The Corps came to us a year and a half ago and said, oh, hey, we know the project's $392 million. Now we're $125 million short, which we shook every couch cushion and everything else we could and found the money, but we can't continue doing this. And so I know you're excited about the amendment. I see you and Mr. Rouse are both up there all giddy about your support that you're getting ready to express. And I appreciate that, but this is an important amendment for folks back home. It's the right thing to do, and I urge adoption of the amendment and yield back.
Others wish to be heard? Hearing none, recognize myself. I would object. It is an artificial timeline without consideration of the current status, and we need to know fully the potential for structural integrity. I am a little concerned to hear the pipeline was put down there in 1950, and I don't know the exact proximity to the project or the condition of that. But I'm happy to work with the gentleman so we can get the Corps to report on status and give us a timeline but not arbitrarily set, but a completion that fully evaluates structural integrity, community safety, and potential environmental impacts. So if the gentleman would be willing to withdraw, we'll have that conversation with the Corps.
Mr. Chairman,
I would yield.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, with a commitment from you that we are going to have a discussion on this, including with the Corps of Engineers between now and the floor. That's what I. That's
Yep.
Mr. Rouser, you in? All right.
There you go.
I will reluctantly withdraw, but this one's going to come back up, Mr. Chairman. This one's important, and it's just an awful history here.
Okay.
Ask unanimous consent to withdraw. Staff 009.
Okay, reclaiming my time. Again, want to be sure. I want it to begin on timely, but we want to know about the structural integrity. We want to know perhaps maybe we need to have the pipeline inspected, and et cetera. So we will have that conversation with the Corps, and I appreciate the gentleman's willingness to withdraw. Without objection, the amendment is withdrawn. The clerk will designate Garamendi 161.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7776, offered by Mr. Garamendi, number 161.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for up to 5 minutes.
Once again, Mr. Chairman, thank you for the time and for the committee the opportunity to offer this amendment. I think most of us are aware that there is a severe drought in the West, actually throughout all of the southern parts of the United States, and certainly in California. We're now in the third year of a very, very severe drought. We now have a statewide drought emergency declaration. This amendment would add to the Corps of Engineers programs water supply as one of their authorized purposes. Most every Army Corps of Engineer project in California, and I would also say across the United States, is dedicated for flood control, not water supply, although water supply often is one of the benefits of the reservoirs, dams, and hydroelectric facilities. But it is not a stated purpose. What we need to fully address the drought in California, and I would assume in other parts of America, is that the Corps of Engineers have as a specific purpose during a drought emergency, water supply as one of their authorized purposes. I see Mr. Huffman here, who has worked diligently on a project in his area to reconfigure the way in which the Corps of Engineers addresses their flood control requirements by changing the way in which the flood control program operates, taking into account real-time monitoring of snowpack, water, rain, etc. This would further that effort. This particular amendment is co-sponsored by Mr. LaMaffa, with whom we share the Sacramento Valley and the Sierra and the coastal ranges. Once again, it is during a statewide drought declaration. We also have a drug declaration, but that's different. In any case, I would ask for support of this, and with that, I yield back.
Others wish to be heard? Hearing none, I would suggest that we work this before the floor. We just had this since yesterday. We did, in a previous word, direct the Corps to review adding water supply to its primary mission areas, not just during drought, not just for California, but at all times for all parts of the country. Pacific Northwest has issues too, as I'm sure do other parts of the country down in the Southwest, where we're rationing Colorado River for the first time, I think, since the treaties. I'd like to have an opportunity to find where the Corps is in its status review on adding this and potentially add this before we go to the floor, if the gentleman Mr. LaMalfa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Garamendi, for bringing this amendment. Indeed, it's a very core and critical issue, is underlined by our drought and water supply issue we're facing in California right now. And I think basically by adding water supply as a built-in purpose for the Army Corps, it does help emphasize the importance of being able to store water when they have an opportunity to do so. And some major water districts have weighed in upon that. Their claims that we would have had additional water stored had this greater emphasis been placed with the Corps in seeking to store more water at the opportunities that we have, and without necessarily being of any environmental detriment. So if we can get the Secretary of Interior to conduct a study on modifying these purposes for water supply permanently, when they finally get the manuals updated, it'll be good for all of us, whether we're talking urban use, agriculture use, or even environmental use when we have additional supply available to do that. So I appreciate the amendment Mr. Garamendi is bringing, and indeed just further sharpening and defining the Army Corps' mission and goal of being able to store more water when we have the opportunity. I thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Others wish to be heard. Again, if the gentleman would withdraw at this point in time so we can get a status report, and I think that if we've just had it since yesterday. I would hope in the future the committee would change its rules so that amendments have to be noticed maybe a couple of days in advance so we can have an opportunity to consult with agencies and not be worried about unintended consequences. It would be better. Right now, that's not the rule, so if the gentleman would withdraw, I think this is something we could work out in the manager's amendment going to the floor.
Mr. Chairman, I take the reprimand.
Does that mean you would withdraw?
Well, we may not want to withdraw right away, but
Okay, yeah.
Thank you very much. This is an issue across most of the area, and with your assistance, we might be able to deal with this with the floor
Yep.
amendment.
It goes far beyond California. It's really complicated. We're dealing with these issues in Oregon. I'm getting a basin study on the Willamette, and and there's issues of drinking water supply, agricultural water supply, flows for fish. It's really, anyway, all that stuff. So, if the gentleman withdraws now, I think we can work something out for you.
And I will do my best the next time we have a markup to be at least one more day ahead.
That would be fabulous. You could set a model for
I'm not going to guarantee that. In the meantime, I will withdraw.
Okay. All right. Without objection, the amendment is withdrawn. I thank both gentlemen, and I share their concerns. Now we're going to the DIRT clerk will designate LaMalfa 064.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 7776, offered by Mr. LaMalfa, number 064.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized for up to 5 minutes.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. This amendment happens to come from the text of HR 6716, known as the Native American Burial Sites and Cultural Resources Protection Act, which we developed alongside my colleague, Mr. Garamendi, from represent much of that same valley there, and indeed other bipartisan support as well. So what we're talking about in this amendment is a straight up respect issue. So from 2014 to 2019, on 3 separate projects in Northern California, the United Auburn Indian community had to sit back and watch as the Army Corps ignored their information pertaining to the former locations of tribal sites and smashed into ancestral villages and burial grounds. So on multiple occasions, the Army Corps did not even provide work schedules to the tribe so that monitoring could be done during the work. So just to make it clear, the Corps did not just merely turn up dirt with a few stones or an arrowhead here and there. They turned up human skulls, ceremonial items, beads, other things that were part of the culture of the tribe at the time. In fact, when the Corps stopped and took another look at the sites identified by the Auburn tribe, they found 12 separate burial grounds in just one of these project areas. Now, it's important that the sides can work together on this because these are important projects. Me and what Mr. Garamendi have worked on in several aspects, several our common counties and common region in Northern California, many different levee repairs scattered around that were extremely important. So now what happened is the tribe didn't sue the Corps or stop the project with what could have been a long court-ordered review process. So if anyone were here to speak with them about this on this committee, they'd tell you these projects are important to the tribe as well, all to the local towns and areas. They live in the same region and want the same flood protection from these projects. They just ask that they be respected in the process with their ancestral grounds. My amendment seeks to stop this series of events from occurring in California or anywhere else. It outlines a process for the identification, recovery, and reburial of human remains. The Corps will be required to accept documentation from affected tribes on sensitive areas within the scope of a project. Monitors would be assigned to those areas when work is being performed. When they identify a cultural site, the Army Corps and tribe will work together to have it reburied elsewhere. In some instances, the Corps wanted to take charge of some of these burial remains and warehouse them for a time. So that doesn't seem too respectful to me. Importantly, we've developed a number of good governance protections with this measure as well. Additional costs for the monitors and reburial are capped at just 1%, and recovery cannot take more than 45 days in that zone of the project. Other areas of the project can continue. So here it is again. This amendment is indeed respect for these historical needs, to getting the projects done for taxpayer expense, and very importantly, stopping flood. And so some great work has been done, and the cooperation, though sometimes lagging quite a bit with the Corps and the tribes, would be able to get it done, but we need to do it much more respectfully and not have the risk of possible litigation that could really blow up the cost and timelines of getting very important flood control work done. So I know, Mr. Chairman, there's some issues that the committee wants to look at a little bit more here. I'm a little disappointed at that, but that's understood. So, Mr. Chairman, would we be able to work moving forward on this if I withdraw today?
If the gentleman would yield, actually, I think he needs to work with his side of the aisle.
Yeah, that too.
That's what I'm hearing. No, I don't, I mean, we don't want to be duplicative. You know, I have raised issues about this with the Corps in the past, their non-consultation with tribes, and, you know, I'm fully in support. So whatever we can do to strengthen a consultation process in the future, I'll go along with. And I think we can work this out, but you got a little work to do on your side, too.
Yeah, I think we're turning the corner on that, but
Okay.
certainly, so.
Right.
Well,
Great.
I'll respectfully withdraw, and I thank you for the time and look forward to doing some good work together on it later. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman. Without objection, the amendment's withdrawn. As we move toward the floor, we will attempt to resolve this
Mr.
issue.
Chairman, I think there are a couple members that would like to address the amendment before it's formally withdrawn, if possible.
Okay. Who wants you? We have 8 votes, and we're going to be voting on the floor soon. So if people can, otherwise, you're going to be coming back sometime tonight for votes. So votes here take, because of our primitive system and no electronics, take 10 to 12 minutes. So. Okay, he has nothing to say.
Great. Well,
I'd
Mr.
recognize
Chairman,
you.
I do think this is an important issue. I think it's an issue worth spending a couple more minutes on. I apologize for being an irritant to anybody. I would note that last summer, a couple of my coworkers, my staff members, including one enrolled member, had gone to the former Carlisle Indian School in Pennsylvania. Now, why would they take their weekend to make that trip? And it was because starting back in the 1870s and until 1918, I think, Carlisle was home to 10,000 different Native American students, including a number of Lakota. And there were more than 100 graves found there. I thought Mr. Lamolfa did a good job of talking about the importance of repatriation of these remains. And I would just tell you, as my staff members walked me through, Mr. Chairman, their experience there at Carlisle, where 11 Lakota children were identified and their remains repatriated, eventually back to South Dakota, to Indian country. I was able to see through their experiences, Mr. Chairman, how much weight this issue has, how important this is to tribal peoples. And frankly, the pain and the hurt that federal bureaucracy and delay had caused, sometimes year after year after year, to try to cut through this red tape. Now, admittedly, Carlisle is an Army facility, not a Corps of Engineers Army facility. But I think Mr. Lamolfa's amendment strikes right at an important issue, which is how do we cut through this bureaucracy to be respectful to the people who, in many cases, did not choose to die in those places and certainly did not choose to be buried so far away from home. So I thank the gentleman for his amendment and look forward to working with him and others so that we can put into place a regime and a framework that I think can better acknowledge our obligation to repatriate these souls with great dignity. With that, I yield back.
Well, I would comment the same to you as I did to the other gentleman. Actually, the problem wasn't on this side of the aisle, and we fought to get the tribal stuff in that's there, and any additional, you'll have to get some additional support from your side of the aisle. So with that, does anyone else wish to be recognized on the amendment? I hear none. Are there amendments to the amendment? Oh, wait. Oh, we're going to withdraw. I forgot. Okay. Without objection. We already did that, but then you spoke, I got confused. Okay, so the amendment is withdrawn. I got confused because okay, we're on to the last amendment. So everybody out there and staff out there, we got 8 votes. Get your members lined up with their devices wherever they might be. So quite soon, we're going to go through 8 votes. With that, I'd recognize Mr. Westerman for the last amendment, which will be the text of Garamendi number 167, which Mr. Garamendi did not offer. Clerk will designate.
An amendment in the nature of an amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7776, offered by Mr. Westerman, number 167.
Okay, without objection, it's considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try to be brief. I wanted to go ahead and get this amendment out that I was a co-sponsor on. Congress has a long history of ensuring that the government isn't unnecessarily competing with and crowding out the private sector. In word of 1996 and 2007, it was specifically stated that the McFarland would only operate in ready reserve status, and the McFarland is a dredging vessel. And as such, any replacement for that ship should be used in the same way. Dredging companies in my district and in other places around the country, they would be significantly harmed should the Corps be allowed to place a newly built dredging ship in any status other than ready reserve. And I know the argument might be made that the Corps can still place a vessel in ready reserve without a law from Congress, but they can also take those vessels out of ready reserve. And we've made the decision to allow private contractors to do dredging. They have business models, they have employees, and if all of a sudden the federal government's competing by pulling these vessels out of ready reserve, then that's going to, at the end of the day, increase the cost for the taxpayer and have these private companies competing with the federal government. So underlying the government to undercut the private sector, it makes it harder for companies, and without a healthy private sector group in the dredging business, again, it's going to make the cost go up for taxpayers. So I hope we will be able to include this amendment in the word of bill, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman for his brevity. Others wish to be heard on the amendment. Mr. Garamendi.
In deference to the chair, I chose not to put forward this amendment. But there is a problem. It was addressed by Mr. Westerman, and I would simply echo his words if I had the time to echo them. I don't, and therefore, this ought to be the policy. And with that, I will yield back.
Okay, others wish to be heard? Hearing none, recognize myself. I oppose the amendment. The Corps has publicly stated intends to put the hopper dredge McFarland in ready reserve. I don't necessarily support that. This long ago study, when I was probably a sophomore or third-term member, again, found that when there wasn't the capability of a federal dredge to bid back, we found projects costs went up dramatically. And so the Corps is going to put it in ready reserve. It is not going to take away business from the private sector, but given the fact we unlocked the Harbor Maintenance Trust Fund, there's going to be a heck of a lot more work out there. There may not be adequate capacity, and the bill requires a study to be done before the next word of bill. You all have fun with that. And it will determine whether or not we have adequate capacity out there, private and or public, and what needs to be done about it. So I would oppose the amendment. And do others wish to speak to the amendment? Are there amendments to the amendment? Okay, hearing none, get ready. And if you are in favor of the amendment, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
If you're opposed, signify by saying no. No.
No.
Okay. No. Opinion of the chair, noes have it. Noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to. We are now going to proceed to 8 votes. Vote will be. Oh, wait. We will now proceed, and I gave warning a little while ago, so hopefully staff have notified their members, and people will be ready to move through these as expeditiously as possible, since, again, we have to do all this by one, and we're a lot of people, it takes a while. We will now proceed to the consideration of amendments in which recorded votes requested and postponed. Members are reminded to have their cameras on. Clearly state your name when called upon by the clerk and record your vote, and please pay attention. With that, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Perry, 605, on which the noes prevailed. Recorded vote still requested. Okay, recorded still vote requested. Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. DeFazio.
No.
Mr. DeFazio votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri. Ms. Norton.
No.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Crawford.
Crawford, yes.
Mr. Crawford votes aye. Ms. Johnson of Texas.
Johnson of Texas votes no.
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes no. Mr. Gibbs. Mr. Larson of Washington.
Larson, no.
Mr. Larson of Washington votes no. Mr. Webster.
Webster is yay.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano.
No.
Ms. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Massey. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Perry. Mr. Perry votes aye. Mr. Cirrus. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois. Mr. Garamendi. Mr. Katko. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
Johnson of Georgia votes no.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Babin.
Aye.
Mr. Babin votes aye. Mr. Carson.
Carter's no.
Carson votes no.
Mr. Carson votes no. Mr. Graves of Louisiana.
Graves, yes.
Mr. Graves of Louisiana votes aye. Ms. Titus. Mr. Rouser.
No.
Mr. Rouser votes no. Mr. Maloney of New York. Mr. Bost. Mr. Bost votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Weber of Texas. Ms. Brownlee. Mr. LaMalfa.
Aye.
Mr. LaMalfa votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida. Mr. Westerman. Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mr. Payne. Mr. Mast.
Ms. Wilson.
Mr. Mast.
No.
Mr. Mast.
Mr. Mast votes aye.
Mr. Mast votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
What is it?
Mr. Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Gallagher. Mr. Desailly.
Desailly, no.
Mr. Desailly votes no. Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Patrick votes no.
Mr. Fitzpatrick votes no. Mr. Lynch. Ms. Gonzalez. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Gonzalez Colon votes no.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes no. Mr. Carbajal.
Carbajal votes no.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Mr. Balderson.
Alderson, aye.
Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Brown of Maryland. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mr. Malinowski.
Nay.
Mr. Malinowski votes nay. Mr. Burchett. Mr. Burchett votes aye. Mr. Stanton.
No.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota. Mr. Allred.
No.
Mr. Allred votes no. Mr. Van Drew.
Mr. Van Drew votes yes.
Mr. Van Drew votes aye. Ms. Davids of Kansas.
Davids votes no.
Ms. Davids of Kansas votes no. Mr. Guest.
Guest votes aye.
Mr. Guest votes aye. Mr. Garcia of Illinois. Mr. Nels.
Garcia, no.
Mr. Garcia
Garcia,
votes
no.
no. Mr. Nels. Mr. Delgado. Ms. Mace. Mr. Pappas.
Pappas
Aye.
Mr. Pappas votes aye. Ms. Mace? Ms. Maliatakis?
Aye.
Ms. Maliatakis votes aye. Mr. Lamb? Ms. Van Dyne?
Van Dyne votes aye.
Ms. Van Dyne votes aye. Mr. Moulton?
Moulton, no.
Mr. Moulton votes no. Mr. Jimenez?
Jimenez votes aye.
Mr. Jimenez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss?
Auchincloss, no.
Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mrs. Steele?
Steele votes aye.
Mrs. Steele votes aye. Ms. Bordeaux?
Bordeaux votes no.
I'm sorry, could you please repeat?
Bordeaux votes no. Can you hear me?
Ms. Bordeaux votes no. Mr. Kahale?
No.
Mr. Kahale votes no. Ms. Strickland?
Strickland votes no.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Ms. Williams of Georgia?
Williams of Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes no. Ms. Newman?
Newman votes no.
Ms. Newman votes no. Mr. Carter of Louisiana?
Carter votes no.
Mr. Carter, Louisiana votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri? Mr. Graves of Missouri votes no. Mr. Gibbs? Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Cirrus? Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois?
Excuse me, would
Davis,
somebody mute your device, please?
Davis of Illinois votes yes.
Mr. Davis of Illinois votes aye. Mr. Garamendi? Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Katko? Ms. Titus?
Titus votes no.
Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Maloney of New York? Mr. Weber of Texas?
Weber votes aye.
Mr. Maloney votes no.
Mr. Weber of Texas votes aye. Ms. Brownlee? Ms. Wilson of Florida? Mr. Payne? Mr. Gallagher?
Gallagher votes aye.
Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Lynch?
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded? How is Mr. Maloney recorded?
Mr. Maloney of New York is not recorded.
Mr. Maloney votes no.
Mr. Maloney of New York votes no. Mr. Lynch? Mr. Brown of Maryland? Mr. Johnson of South Dakota?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson of South Dakota votes aye. Mr. Delgado? Mr. Nels? Mr. Mace? Or, pardon me, Ms. Mace? Ms. Mace votes no. Mr. Lamb?
Yeah, how am I recorded, Gibbs?
Which member's requesting?
Gibbs.
Mr. Gibbs is not recorded.
Yes.
Mr. Gibbs votes aye.
Any
How's
other
Mr.
members?
Pappas recorded?
Mr. Pappas is recorded as voting aye.
Can you make that a no? I think someone talked over me.
Mr. Pappas votes no.
Thank you.
Any other members wish to be recorded? I'm sorry?
Is this still vote number one?
Yes.
Mr. Mass is recorded as voting aye.
Hi, it's,
Ms. Wilson votes no.
Wilson of Florida votes no.
Yeah, I just want to confirm that you have me down as an aye.
Ms. Maliatakis is recorded as aye.
Thank you.
Any other members wish to be recorded? Seeing none, the clerk will report the vote.
Madam Chair, on that vote, there were 24 yeas and 34 nays.
The amendment is not agreed to, and we will be calling the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Westerman, number 072, on which the noes prevailed. Is a recorded vote still requested? Mr. Westerman? Clerk will call the road.
Mr.
Members, please pay attention, please.
Mr. DeFazio. Mr. Graves of Missouri. Mr. Graves of Missouri votes no. Ms. Norton.
Ms. Norton votes no.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Crawford.
Crawford, yes.
Mr. Crawford votes aye. Ms. Johnson of Texas.
Johnson of Texas, no.
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes no. Mr. Gibbs. Mr. Gibbs votes aye. Mr. Larson of Washington.
Larson, no.
Mr. Larson of Washington votes no. Mr. Webster. Pardon? Mr. Webster votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano.
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Massey. Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Perry. Mr. Perry votes aye. Mr. Cirrus. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois.
No.
Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois votes no. Mr. Garamendi. Mr. Katko. Mr. Katko votes no. I'm sorry, pardon me. Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
No.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Babin. Mr. Babin votes aye. Mr. Carson.
Mr. Carson votes no.
Mr. Carson votes no. Mr. Graves of Louisiana.
Graves, yes.
Mr. Graves of Louisiana votes aye. Ms. Titus.
Titus votes no.
Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Rouser.
No.
Mr. Rouser votes no. Mr. Maloney of New York. Mr. Maloney votes no. Mr. Maloney of New York votes no. Mr. Bost. Mr. Bost votes no. Mr. Huffman.
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Weber of Texas. Ms. Brownlee. Mr. LaMalfa.
Aye.
Mr. LaMalfa votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no. Mr. Westerman. Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mr. Payne. Mr. Mast.
Mr. Mast votes aye.
Mr. Mast votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Gallagher. Mr. Desailly.
Desailly, no.
Mr. Desailly votes no. Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Patrick votes no.
Mr. Fitzpatrick votes no. Mr. Lynch. Ms. Gonzalez-Colon.
Gonzalez-Colon votes no.
Ms. Gonzalez-Colon votes no. Mr. Carbajal. Mr. Balderson.
Mr. Carbajal votes no.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Mr. Balderson.
Alderson votes yes.
Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Brown of Maryland. Mr. Stauber. Mr. Malinowski. Mr. Burchett.
No. Well, if Gallagher's allowed to vote aye, he votes aye. He's in another hearing.
Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Stanton.
I mean, I heard Burchett. Did I hear Burchett? Somebody said Burchett?
Burchett is not recorded. Mr. Burchett votes aye. Mr. Stanton?
No.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson of South Dakota votes aye. Mr. Allred?
No.
Mr. Allred votes no. Mr. Van Drew?
Mr. Van Drew votes no.
Mr. Van Drew votes no. Ms. Davids of Kansas?
Davids votes no.
Ms. Davids of Kansas votes no. Mr. Guest?
Guest votes aye.
Mr. Guest votes aye. Mr. Garcia of Illinois?
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes no. Mr. Nels? Mr. Delgado? Ms. Mace? Ms. Mace votes aye. Mr. Pappas?
Pappas votes no.
Mr. Pappas votes no. Ms. Maliatakis?
No.
Ms. Maliatakis votes no. Mr. Lamb?
There's Phil Cohen.
Ms. Van Dyne?
Aye.
I'm sorry, could you please repeat?
Aye.
Ms. Van Dyne votes aye. Mr. Moulton?
Moulton, no.
Mr. Moulton votes no. Mr. Jimenez?
Aye.
Mr. Jimenez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss?
Auchincloss, no.
Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mrs. Steele?
Oh, Steele votes no.
Mrs. Steele votes no. Ms. Bordeaux?
Bordeaux votes no.
Ms. Bordeaux votes no. Mr. Kahele? Mr. Kahele votes no. Ms. Strickland?
Strickland votes no.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Ms. Williams of Georgia?
Williams of Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes no. Ms. Newman? Mr. Carter?
Newman
I'm sorry, Ms. Newman?
votes no.
Ms. Newman votes no. Mr. Carter of Louisiana?
Carter votes no.
Mr. Carter, Louisiana votes no. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Sears? Ms. Brownlee? Mr. Payne? Mr. Brown of Maryland? Mr. Stauber? Mr.
Stauber
Malinowski?
votes no.
Mr. Stauber votes no. Mr. Malinowski? Mr. Nels? Mr. Delgado?
Am I recorded? This is DeFazio.
Mr. DeFazio is not recorded.
No. DeFazio, no.
Mr. DeFazio votes no.
Do other members wish to be recorded?
How's Mr. Weber recorded?
Mr. Weber of Texas is not recorded.
Weber votes yes.
Mr. Weber of Texas votes aye.
How is Mr. Malinowski recorded?
Mr. Malinowski is not recorded.
How is Carvajal recorded?
No. Mr. Malinowski is a no.
Mr.
Sorry.
Malinowski votes no.
How is Carvajal recorded?
Mr. Carbajal is recorded as no.
Thank you.
Any other members wish to be recorded? Again, members, please be aware of who is before you so you can be ready to vote, so we get this over with quickly. The clerk will report the vote.
Madam Chair, on that vote, there were 19 yeas and 38 nays.
The amendment is not agreed. Move on to the next one. The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Mass, number 106, on which the noes prevail. Is the recorded vote still requested?
Yes, ma'am. A recorded vote still requested.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. DeFazio?
No.
Mr. DeFazio votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri? Mr. Graves of Missouri votes no. Ms. Norton?
No.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Crawford?
Crawford, yes.
Mr. Crawford votes aye. Ms. Johnson of Texas?
Johnson of Texas votes no.
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes no. Mr. Gibbs? Mr. Gibbs votes no. Mr. Larson of Washington?
Larson, no.
Mr. Larson of Washington votes no. Mr. Webster?
Webster, no.
Mr. Webster votes no. Mrs. Napolitano?
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Perry? Mr. Perry votes aye. Mr. Sears? Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois? Mr. Garamendi? Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Katko? Mr. Johnson of Georgia?
Johnson of Georgia votes no.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Babin? Mr. Babin votes aye. Mr. Carson?
Did you say Titus?
No, ma'am.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Carson? Mr. Graves of Louisiana? Ms. Titus?
Titus votes no.
Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Rouser?
No.
Mr. Rouser votes no. Mr. Maloney of New York?
Mr. Maloney votes no.
Mr. Maloney of New York votes no. Mr. Bost? Mr. Bost votes aye. Mr. Huffman?
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Weber of Texas?
It's wild.
Mr. Weber of Texas votes aye. Ms. Brownlee?
Mr. Jones.
Mr. LaMalfa? Ms. Wilson of Florida? Mr. Westerman? Mr. Westerman votes no. Mr. Payne? Mr. Mast.
Mr. Mast votes aye.
Mr. Mast votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Gallagher.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no. Mr. DeSallier.
Desaulnier, no.
Mr. DeSallier votes no. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Mr. Lynch.
Patrick votes aye.
Mr. Fitzpatrick votes aye. Mr. Lynch.
Lynch votes no.
Mr. Lynch votes no. Ms. Gonzalez-Colon.
Gonzalez-Colon votes aye.
Ms. Gonzalez-Colon votes aye. Mr. Carbajal.
Carbajal votes no.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Mr. Balderson.
Balderson votes aye.
Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Brown of Maryland. Mr. Stauber.
No.
Mr. Stauber votes no. Mr. Malinowski. Mr. Burchett. Mr. Burchett votes aye. Mr. Stanton.
Nope.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson, of South Dakota votes aye. Mr. Allred.
No.
Mr. Allred votes no. Mr. Van Drew.
Mr. Van Drew votes yes.
Mr. Van Drew votes aye. Ms. Davids of Kansas. Ms. Davids of
David
Kansas.
votes no.
Ms. Davids of Kansas votes no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Garcia of Illinois. Mr. Nels.
no.
Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes no. Mr. Delgado. Ms. Mace. Ms. Mace votes aye. Mr. Pappas.
Pappas votes no.
Mr. Pappas votes no. Ms. Maliatakis.
Aye.
Ms. Maliatakis votes aye. Mr. Lamb. Ms. Van Dyne.
Aye.
Ms. Van Dyne votes aye. Mr. Moulton.
Moulton, no.
Mr. Moulton votes no. Mr. Jimenez.
Aye.
Mr. Jimenez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss.
Auchincloss, no.
Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mrs. Steele.
Aye.
Mrs. Steele votes aye. Ms. Bordeaux.
Bordeaux votes no.
Ms. Bordeaux votes no. Mr. Cahaly. Mr. Cahaly votes no. Ms. Strickland.
Strickland votes no.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes no. Ms. Newman.
Newman votes no.
Ms. Newman votes no. Mr. Carter, Louisiana.
Carter votes no.
Mr. Carter, Louisiana votes no. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Sears. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois. Mr. Katko. I'm sorry. Davis. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois votes aye. Mr. Carson. Mr. Graves of Louisiana. Ms. Brownlee. Mr. LaMalfa. Mr. Payne. Mr. Gallagher. Mr. Brown of
Gallagher
Maryland.
votes aye.
Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Brown of Maryland. Mr. Malinowski.
No.
Mr. Malinowski votes no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Nels. Mr. Delgado.
Graves, Louisiana, no.
Mr. Graves of Louisiana votes no.
How was Mr. Carson recorded?
I'm sorry, who?
Carson.
Mr. Carson. Mr. Carson's a no, sorry.
Mr. Carson votes no.
Are there other members who wish to be recorded?
Mr. Garamendi is recorded as no.
Other members? Hearing none, clerk will report the roll.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 20 yeas and 37 nays.
The amendment is not agreed to. The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Perry, numbered 607, on which the noes prevailed. Is recorded vote still requested? Yes. Clerk will call a roll.
Mr. DeFazio.
No.
Mr. Fazio votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri. Mr. Graves of Missouri votes no. Ms. Norton.
No.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Crawford. Ms. Johnson of Texas.
Johnson of Texas votes no.
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes no. Mr. Gibbs? Mr. Gibbs votes aye. Mr. Larson of Washington?
Larson, no.
Mr. Larson of Washington votes no. Mr. Webster, pardon me.
Webster votes yea.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano?
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Perry? Mr. Perry votes aye. Mr. Cirrus? Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois? Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois votes aye. Mr. Garamendi? Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Katko? Mr. Johnson of Georgia?
Johnson of Georgia votes no.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Babin? Mr. Babin votes aye. Mr. Carson?
Mr. Carson votes no.
Mr. Carson votes no. Mr. Graves of Louisiana? Ms. Titus?
Titus votes no.
Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Rouser?
No.
Mr. Rouser votes no. Mr. Maloney of New York?
Mr. Maloney votes no.
Mr. Maloney of New York votes no. Mr. Bost? Mr. Bost votes aye. Mr. Huffman?
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Weber of Texas? Mr. Weber of Texas votes aye. Ms. Brownlee? Mr. LaMalfa?
Aye.
Mr. LaMalfa votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida?
Ms. Wilson votes no.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no. Mr. Westerman? Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mr. Payne? Mr. Mast?
Mr. Mast votes aye.
Mr. Mast votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal? Mr. Gallagher?
Mr.
Lowenthal votes,
Gallagher votes yes.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Gallagher?
Gallagher votes yes.
Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Desailly?
Desailly, no.
Mr. Desailly votes no. Mr. Fitzpatrick?
Patrick votes no.
Mr. Fitzpatrick votes no. Mr. Lynch?
Mr. Lynch votes no.
Mr. Lynch votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon? Mr. Carbajal?
Carbajal votes no.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Mr. Balderson?
Alderson votes aye.
Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Brown of Maryland? Mr. Stauber?
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mr. Malinowski?
No.
Mr. Malinowski votes no. Mr. Burchett?
Gonzalez Colon votes no.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes no. Mr. Burchett? Mr. Burchett votes aye. Mr. Stanton?
No.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota? Mr. Johnson of South Dakota votes no. Mr. Allred?
No.
Mr. Allred votes no. Mr. Van Drew?
Yes. Mr. Van Drew votes yes.
Mr. Van Drew votes aye. Ms. Davids of Kansas?
Davids votes no.
Ms. Davids of Kansas votes no. Mr. Guest? Mr. Garcia of Illinois? Mr. Nell?
no.
Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes no. Mr. Nels? Mr. Delgado? Ms. Mace? Ms. Mace votes aye. Mr. Pappas?
Pappas votes no.
Mr. Pappas votes no. Ms. Maliatakis? Mr. Lamb? Ms. Van Dyne?
Aye.
Ms. Van Dyne votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss? Pardon me, Mr. Moulton?
Auchincloss no.
Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Menace?
Aye.
Mr. Menace votes aye. Mrs. Steele?
Steele votes no.
Ms. Steele votes no. Ms. Bordeaux?
Bordeaux votes no.
Ms. Bordeaux votes no. Mr. Cahaly? Mr. Cahaly votes no. Ms. Strickland?
Strickland votes no.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Ms. Williams of Georgia?
Williams of Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes no. Ms. Newman?
Newman votes no.
Ms. Newman votes no. Mr. Carter of Louisiana?
Carter votes no.
Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Crawford? Mr. Cohen? Mr. Sears?
No.
Mr.
No.
Mr. Cohen
Surprise,
votes.
surprise.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Katko? Ms. Brownlee? Mr. Payne? Mr. Brown of Maryland? Mr. Guest? Mr. Nels? Mr. Delgado? Mr. Lamb? Ms. Van Dyne? Mr. Moulton?
Aye. Aye. Van Dyne is an aye.
Ms. Van Dyne votes aye. Mr. Moulton.
Moulton, no.
Mr. Moulton votes no.
Are there other members who wish to speak? Who's that?
Mr. Chairman, Graves, Louisiana, how am I recorded?
Graves, Lanier.
Mr. Graves of Louisiana was not recorded.
No.
Mr. Graves of Louisiana votes no.
Other members?
Malliotakis votes aye.
Ms.
Malliotakis?
Is recorded as aye.
Thank you.
Any other members? Clerk will report the roll.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 20 yeas and 38 nays.
Amendment's not agreed to. We'll proceed to the next amendment. The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Mast, numbered 109, in which noes prevailed. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Fazio.
No.
Mr. Fazio votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri. Mr. Graves of Missouri votes no. Ms. Norton.
Norton votes no.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Crawford. Ms. Johnson of Texas.
Johnson of Texas votes no.
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes no. Mr. Gibbs. Mr. Gibbs votes aye. Mr. Larson of Washington.
Larson, no.
Mr. Larson of Washington votes no. Mr. Webster.
Webster votes nay.
Mr. Webster votes no. Mrs. Napolitano.
No.
Ms. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Massey. Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Perry. Mr. Perry votes aye. Mr. Cirrus. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois votes aye. Mr. Garamendi. Mr. Garamendi votes aye. Mr. Katko. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
Johnson of Georgia votes aye.
Mr.
I'm sorry, vote no.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Babin. Mr. Babin votes aye. Mr. Carson.
Mr. Carson votes no.
Mr. Carson votes no. Mr. Graves of Louisiana.
Yes.
Mr. Graves of Louisiana votes aye. Ms. Titus.
I just votes no.
Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Rouser.
No.
Mr. Rouser votes no. Mr. Maloney of New York. Mr. Boss. Mr. Boss votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Weber of Texas. Mr. Weber of Texas votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Cawthorn. Mr. Cawthorn.
What was that? Who was that? Please state your name. Someone is muted and there's interference. Let's move this along. Who's trying to vote?
Ms. Lyle. Ms. Ledger. Let's see how Steele voted.
I don't no idea who you are or what you said, so call a name.
Mr. LaMalfa.
Aye.
Mr. LaMalfa votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida. Mr. Westerman.
Ms. Wilson,
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no. Mr. Payne. Mr. Mast.
Mr. Mast votes aye.
Mr. Mast votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Gallagher.
Gallagher votes aye.
Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. DeSaulnier.
Sonye, no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Patrick votes aye.
Mr. Fitzpatrick votes aye. Mr. Lynch.
Lynch votes no.
Mr. Lynch votes no. Ms. Gonzalez-Colon. Ms. Gonzalez-Colon votes aye. Mr. Carbajal.
Carbajal votes no.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Mr. Balderson.
Balderson votes aye.
Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Brown of Maryland. Mr. Stauber.
No.
Mr. Stauber votes no. Mr. Malinowski.
Malinowski, no.
Mr. Malinowski votes no. Mr. Burchett. Mr. Burchett votes aye. Mr. Stanton.
No.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota votes aye. Mr. Allred. Mr. Van Drew.
No. Allred votes no.
Mr. Allred votes no. Mr. Van Drew.
Mr. Van Drew votes yes.
Mr. Van Drew votes aye. Miss Davids of Kansas.
Davids votes no.
Ms. Davids of Kansas votes no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Garcia of Illinois.
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes no. Mr. Nels. Mr. Delgado. Ms. Mace. Ms. Mace votes aye. Mr. Pappas.
Pappas votes no.
Mr. Pappas votes no. Ms. Maliatakis.
Aye.
Ms. Maliatakis votes aye. Mr. Lamb. Ms. Van Dyne.
Van Dyne, aye.
Ms. Van Dyne votes aye. Mr. Moulton. Mr. Jimenez.
Aye.
Mr.
Was that
Jimenez-
Mr. Maloney?
Mr.
How was
Jimenez
Mr.
votes
Maloney
aye.
recorded? How was Mr. Maloney recorded?
Mr. Maloney is not recorded.
Maloney votes no.
Mr. Maloney votes no. Mr. Auchincloss. Mrs. Steele.
Steele votes aye.
Mrs. Steele votes aye. Ms. Bordeaux.
Bordeaux votes no.
Ms. Bordeaux votes no. Mr. Cahaley. Mr. Cahaley votes no. Ms. Strickland.
Strickland votes no.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes no. Ms. Newman. Mr. Carter, Louisiana.
Newman votes no.
Could you please repeat?
Newman votes no.
Ms. Newman votes no. Mr. Carter, Louisiana.
Carter, Louisiana votes no.
Mr. Carter, Louisiana votes no. Mr. Crawford. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Sears.
Mr. Cohen votes no.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Katko. Ms. Brownlee. Mr. Payne. Mr. Brown of Maryland. Mr. Guest. Mr. Nels. Mr. Delgado. Mr. Lamb. Mr. Moulton. Mr.
Moulton, no.
Mr. Moulton votes no. Mr. Auchincloss.
Auchincloss, no.
Mr. Auchincloss votes no.
Are all members recorded? Any other members wish to be recorded? Hearing none, clerk will report the roll.
How do you have Jimenez?
Sorry, who is requesting?
Jimenez.
Mr. Jimenez, as recorded as aye.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 21 yeas and 37 noes.
Amendment's not agreed to. The question is now on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Mass, number 110, on which the noes prevailed. Recorded votes so requested.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, the clerk call the roll.
Mr. DeFazio.
No.
Mr. Fazio votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri. Mr. Graves of Missouri votes no. Ms. Norton.
No.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Crawford. Ms. Johnson of Texas.
Johnson of Texas, no.
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes no. Mr. Gibbs. Mr. Gibbs votes no. Mr. Larson of Washington.
Larson, no.
Mr. Larson of Washington votes no. Mr. Webster. Mr. Webster votes no. Mrs. Napolitano.
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Massey. Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Perry.
Cohen votes no.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Perry votes no. Mr. Sears. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois. Mr. Garamendi. Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Katko. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
Johnson of Georgia votes no.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Babin. Mr. Babin votes aye. Mr. Carson.
Mr. Carson votes no.
Mr. Carson votes no. Mr. Graves of Louisiana. Ms. Titus.
Titus votes no.
Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Rouser.
No.
Mr. Rouser votes no. Mr. Maloney of New York.
Maloney votes no.
Mr. Maloney of New York votes no. Mr. Bost. Mr. Bost votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Weber of Texas.
Mr.
Weber of Texas votes aye. Ms.
Will
Brownlee.
someone please stop interrupting? We'll call your name.
Ms.
Mr.
Brown.
Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr.
Mr. LaMalfa. Mr. LaMalfa votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no. Mr. Westerman. Mr. Westerman votes no. Mr. Payne. Mr. Mast.
Mr. Mast votes aye.
Mr. Mast votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Gallagher.
Gallagher votes aye.
Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. DeSaulnier.
DeSaulnier, no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Fitzpatrick votes aye.
Mr. Fitzpatrick votes aye. Mr. Lynch.
Mr. Lynch votes no.
Mr. Lynch votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Gonzalez Colon votes aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Mr. Carbajal.
Carbajal votes no.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Mr. Balderson.
Balderson votes no.
Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Brown of Maryland. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mr. Malinowski. Mr. Burchett. Mr. Burchett votes aye. Mr. Stanton.
No.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota votes aye. Mr. Allred.
No.
Mr. Allred votes no. Mr. Van Drew. Ms. Davids of Kansas.
Mr. Van Drew votes yes.
Mr. Van Drew votes aye. Ms. Davids of Kansas.
Davids votes no.
Ms. Davids of Kansas votes no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Garcia of Illinois.
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes no. Mr. Nels. Mr. Delgado. Ms. Mace. Ms. Mace votes aye. Mr. Pappas.
Pappas votes no.
Mr. Pappas votes no. Ms. Maliatakis.
Aye.
Ms. Maliatakis votes aye. Mr. Lamb. Ms. Van Dyne.
Van Dyne, aye.
Ms. Van Dyne votes aye. Mr. Moulton.
Moulton, no.
Mr. Moulton votes no. Mr. Menez.
Aye.
Mr. Menez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss.
Auchincloss, no.
Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mrs. Steele.
Steele votes no.
Mrs. Steele votes no. Ms. Bordeaux.
Bordeaux votes no.
Ms. Bordeaux votes no. Mr. Kahale.
No.
Mr. Kahale votes no. Ms. Strickland.
Strickland votes no.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes no. Ms. Newman.
Newman, no.
Ms. Newman votes no. Mr. Carter, Louisiana.
Carter, Louisiana votes no.
Mr. Carter, Louisiana votes no. Mr. Crawford. Mr. Sears. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois votes aye. Mr. Katko. Mr. Graves of Louisiana. Ms. Brownlee. Mr. Payne. Mr. Brown of Maryland. Mr. Malinowski. Mr. Guest. Mr. Nels. Mr. Delgado. Mr. Lamb.
Other members who aren't recorded wish to be recorded? Clerk?
Mr. Perry is recorded as no. Mr. Perry votes aye.
Other members not recorded or wish to change their votes?
Crawford, yes. I'm sorry, Crawford, no.
Mr. Crawford votes no.
Okay. Other members? Hearing none, clerk will report the roll.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 19 yeas and 38 noes.
Amendment's not agreed to. The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Mass, number 111, on which the noes prevailed, recorded votes so requested.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Clerk will recall the roll.
Mr. Fazio.
No.
Mr. Fazio votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri. Mr. Graves of Missouri votes no. Ms. Norton.
No.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Crawford.
No.
Mr. Crawford votes no. Ms. Johnson of Texas.
Johnson of Texas votes no.
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes no. Mr. Gibbs. Mr. Gibbs votes aye. Mr. Larson of Washington. Mr. Larson of Washington votes no. Mr. Webster.
Webster votes yea.
Mr. Webster
I'm
votes
sorry,
aye. Mrs.
nay.
Napolitano.
I'd like to change that to nay.
Mr. Webster votes no. Mrs. Napolitano.
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Massey. Mr. Cohen.
No.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Perry. Mr. Perry votes no. Mr. Cirrus. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois. Mr. Garamendi. Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Ketko. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
Johnson of Georgia votes no.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Babin. Mr. Babin votes aye. Mr. Carson.
Mr. Carson votes no.
Mr. Carson votes no. Mr. Graves of Louisiana. Ms. Titus.
This votes no.
Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Rouser.
No.
Mr. Rouser votes no. Mr. Maloney of New York.
Maloney votes no.
Mr. Maloney of New York votes no. Mr. Bost. Mr. Bost votes no. Mr. Huffman.
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Weber of Texas. Mr. Weber of Texas votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
Wait a minute.
Mr. LaMalfa. Mr. LaMalfa votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no. Mr. Westerman. Mr. Westerman votes no. Mr. Payne. Mr. Mast.
Mr. Mast votes aye.
Mr. Mast votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Gallagher.
Mr. Gallagher votes aye.
Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. DeSagne.
Sonia, no.
Mr. DeSagne votes no. Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Patrick votes aye.
Mr. Fitzpatrick votes aye. Mr. Lynch.
Mr. Lynch votes no.
Mr. Lynch votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Gonzalez Colon votes aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Mr. Carbajal.
Carbajal votes no.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Mr. Balderson.
Alderson votes no.
Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Brown of Maryland. Mr. Stauber. Mr. Malinowski.
Stauber votes no.
Mr. Stauber votes
Stauber,
no. Mr. Malinowski. Mr. Burchett. Mr. Burchett votes aye. Mr. Stanton.
No.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson of South Dakota votes aye. Mr. Allred.
No.
Mr. Allred votes no. Mr. Van Drew.
Mr. Van Drew votes yes.
Mr. Van Drew votes aye. Ms. Davids of Kansas.
Davids votes no.
Ms. Davids of Kansas votes no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Garcia of Illinois.
Garcia's a no.
Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes no. Mr. Nels. Mr. Delgado. Ms. Mace. Ms. Mace votes aye. Mr. Pappas. Ms. Maliatakis. Mr. Lamb. Ms. Van Dyne.
Van Don, aye.
Ms. Van Dyne votes aye. Mr. Moulton.
Moulton, no.
Mr. Moulton votes no. Mr. Menez.
Aye.
Mr. Menez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss.
Auchincloss, no.
Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mrs. Steele.
Steele votes aye.
Mrs. Steele votes aye. Ms. Bordeaux.
Bordeaux votes no.
Ms. Bordeaux votes no. Mr. Cahaly. Mr. Cahaly votes no. Ms. Strickland.
Strickland votes no.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes no. Ms. Newman.
Newman votes no.
Ms. Newman votes no. Mr. Carter, Louisiana.
Carter, Louisiana votes no.
Mr. Carter, Louisiana votes no. Mr. Sears. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois votes no. Mr. Katko. Mr. Graves of Louisiana. Ms. Brownlee. Mr. Payne. Mr. Brown of Maryland. Mr. Malinowski. Mr. Guest. Mr. Nels. Mr. Delgado. Mr. Pappas. Mr. Lamb.
Any members not recorded wish to be recorded? Hearing none, clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 16 yeas and 39 nays.
The amendment is not agreed to. The question is on agreeing to the last amendment of the afternoon. And it'll be the amendment offered by Mr. Mass, numbered 112, on which the noes prevailed. Recorded votes are requested.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
The clerk call a roll.
Mr. DeFazio.
Nope.
Mr. Fazio votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri. Mr. Graves of Missouri votes no. Ms. Norton.
No.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Crawford. Ms. Johnson of Texas.
Aye.
Mr. Crawford votes
Johnson.
aye.
I'm sorry,
Johnson.
make that no.
Votes no.
Mr. Crawford votes no. Ms. Johnson of Texas votes no. Mr. Gibbs. Mr. Gibbs votes aye. Mr. Larson of Washington. Mr. Larson of Washington votes no. Mr. Webster.
Webster votes nay.
Mr. Webster votes no. Mrs. Napolitano.
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Massey. Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Cohen.
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Perry. Mr. Perry votes aye. Mr. Cirrus. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois. Mr. Garamendi. Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Katko. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
Johnson of Georgia votes no.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Babin. Mr. Babin votes aye. Mr. Carson.
Mr.
Graves
Carson
of-
votes no.
Mr. Carson votes no. Mr. Graves of Louisiana. Ms. Titus.
Titus votes no.
Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Rouser.
No.
Mr. Rouser votes no. Mr. Maloney of New York.
Mr. Maloney votes aye. Excuse me, Maloney.
Mr. Maloney votes aye.
Maloney votes no.
Mr. Maloney votes no. Mr. Boss.
Maloney votes no.
Mr. Maloney of New York votes no. Mr. Bost. Mr. Bost votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Weber of Texas.
Mr. Sonia.
Mr. Weber of Texas votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
No. Mr. Norfolk.
Mr. LaMalfa. Mr. LaMalfa votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no. Mr. Westerman. Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mr. Payne. Mr. Mast.
Mr. Mast votes aye.
Mr. Mast votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Gallagher. Mr. DeSaulnier.
DeSaulnier, no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Patrick votes aye.
Mr. Fitzpatrick votes aye. Mr. Lynch.
Mr. Lynch votes no.
Mr. Lynch votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Gonzalez Colon votes aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Mr. Carbajal.
Carbajal votes no.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Brown of Maryland.
Mr. Balderson votes aye.
Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Brown of Maryland. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mr. Malinowski. Mr. Burchett. Mr. Burchett votes aye. Mr. Stanton.
No.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson of South Dakota votes aye. Mr. Allred.
No.
Mr. Allred votes no. Mr. Van Drew.
Mr. Van Drew votes yes.
Mr. Van Drew votes aye. Ms. Davids of Kansas.
Davids votes no.
Ms. Davids of Kansas votes no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Garcia of Illinois.
Votes no.
Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes no. Mr. Nels. Mr. Delgado. Ms. Mace. Ms. Mace votes aye. Mr. Pappas.
Pappas votes no.
Mr. Pappas votes no. Ms. Maliatakis. Mr. Lamb.
Aye.
Ms. Maliatakis votes aye. Ms. Van Dyne.
Van Dyne, aye.
Ms. Van Dyne votes aye. Mr. Moulton.
Moulton, no.
Mr. Moulton votes no. Mr. Menes.
Aye.
Mr. Menes votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss.
Auchincloss, no.
Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mrs. Steele.
Still votes aye.
Mrs. Steele votes aye. Ms. Bordeaux.
Bordeaux votes no.
Ms. Bordeaux votes no. Mr. Cahaly.
Nope.
Mr. Cahaly votes no. Ms. Strickland.
Strickland votes no.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes no. Ms. Newman.
Newman votes no.
Ms. Newman votes no. Mr. Carter, Louisiana.
Carter votes no.
Mr. Carter, Louisiana votes no. Mr. Sears. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois votes aye. Mr. Katko. Mr. Graves of Louisiana. Ms. Brownlee. Mr. Payne. Mr. Gallagher. Mr. Brown of Maryland.
Gallagher votes aye.
Mr.
Gallagher votes aye.
Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Brown of Maryland. Mr. Malinowski. Mr. Guest. Mr. Nels. Mr. Delgado. Mr. Lamb.
Are the members in our record wish to be recorded? Going once, going twice? Okay, clerk will report the roll.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 22 ayes and 35 noes.
Amendment's not agreed to. Questions now on the amendment, nature substituted as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Amendment nature substitute is agreed to. The question is now on the adoption favorable reporting of H.R. 7776 as amended to the House of Representatives. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. And the bill is approved and ordered, reported favorably to the House. Mr. Graves, recognize Ranking Member Graves for a statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
It's on.
I'd like to request unanimous consent to speak out of order.
Oh, yeah, yes, I thought I already said that, yes.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I do want to take a moment to recognize the hard work and long hours that the staff on both sides of the aisle put in to pull this bill together. You know, all members know that nothing would get done around here if it weren't for the dedication and commitment of our staff, both in our personal offices and the committee offices in which we serve. So thank you to both sides of the aisle, especially the Water Resources team led by the Ryans, who spent a lot of time going through the thousands of member requests, the dozens of calls from offices and tediously working to draft this bill. I can go on, but it has been a long day, I understand that. And so on behalf of the members of both sides, I do want to offer a collective thank you. I have served in Congress and on this committee for 22 years. And I've had a lot of great staff over the year, but no one has been with me longer than my staff director, Paul Sass. Last week, Paul reached a milestone that not a lot of staff have the opportunity or the fortitude to meet. He has worked in Congress now for 20 years, over 20 years, working for me in a variety of roles over the course of his Capitol Hill career. He started working for me right before September 11th, 2001, when I hired him to be a staff assistant, where he made coffee and he answered the phones. And I always like to remind him.
Please mute while he's speaking.
I always like to remind him as well, he was our third choice in hiring somebody. But Paul quickly climbed the ranks of my legislative team and has served in many capacities, both in my personal office and my committee offices. In 2019, when I was elected by my colleagues to lead the T&I committee for the Republicans, it was an obvious choice to ask Paul to lead the Republican committee staff. So Paul, thank you for sticking with me for 20 years, for your advice and guidance, and for your loyalty and friendship. We've still got a lot more to accomplish here, including this worded bill signed into law, so obviously we need to get back to work. I don't know what Paul is going to do. I assume he's going to stick around for a little bit longer. I'm not sure. But with that, I yield back the balance of my time. Thanks.
Well, thanks, Sam. Well, I obviously would like to join in extending thanks to all staff on both sides of the aisle.
All good to go. We're done here.
Could you please mute? Thank you. You don't have to vote anymore. You can go bye-bye. So anyway, I would like to thank all staff on both sides of the aisle, members on both sides of the aisle. I mean, we obviously didn't agree on everything in this bill, but I think we went through it with pretty good dispatch. I think we're at 53 amendments. We have agreed to work on a number of things before we go to the floor, so staff is still going to be busy. We expect to go to the floor in June, finally take up some real legislation in the House that has prospect of going somewhere. And then we will begin our discussions with the Senate. And I think we put ourselves in a very, very strong position, the way that we've fashioned this bill in a bipartisan way. And I'm hopeful that we will see them actually take a bill up for once and pass it. But if not, we'll negotiate it, we'll pass it again, and then we'll get it done some other way. So thank you all for participating today. And I ask unanimous consent that each bill ordered reported today will be reported as a single amendment, nature of substitute incorporating amendments adopted without objection. So ordered. I ask unanimous consent that staff authorized to make all necessary technical, clarifying, conforming changes to each of the bills reported today reflect the actions of the committee without objection. So ordered. Pursuant to House Rule 22, Clause 1, I ask unanimous consent that the chair or his designee be authorized to offer such motions as be necessary in the House to go to conference with the Senate on legislation adopted or any similar measure without objection. So ordered. I ask unanimous consent, chair, after consultation with ranking members, or strike or revise any provisions to be reported today that could cause a sequential referral to a committee or that would trigger the stupid pay-go point of order. Without objection, so order. Pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, members have at least 2 calendar days in which to file a supplemental minority additional dissenting views in legislation adopted today pursuant to Rule 6 of the Rules of the Committee on Transportation Infrastructure. Chair notes the presence of quorum for action taken on all committee business day. With that, the Committee on Transportation Infrastructure has completed its business and the committee is adjourned. Thank you all.